The House will come to order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 20th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Darrell Issa to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the majority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. today. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Rural Health Day. Every third Thursday in November, we observe National Rural Health Day. Nearly 60 million Americans live in rural areas, and too often they encounter limited access to primary care, specialists, and mental health services. These gaps are worsened by transportation barriers and hospital closures. These challenges don't just affect individuals, they impact the entire families and communities. Before I was elected to serve in the House of Representatives, I spent nearly 30 years in the nonprofit healthcare field, assisting those with life-changing diseases and disabilities. It can be challenging to obtain reasonably priced health care, and this is especially true in rural America, like much of the 15th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. As a member of Congress representing nearly one-third of the landmass of Pennsylvania, one of the most rural districts east of the Mississippi, I am keenly aware of the problems my constituents face when accessing medical services. We're facing a healthcare crisis in our nation's rural areas. These often disadvantaged populations are still struggling to access affordable, quality care. While these challenges are great, there have been a few positive developments in recent years that stand to greatly benefit these communities. For one, I want to commend the work being done at the Pennsylvania Office of Rural Health. This office has stepped up on a number of occasions to assist distressed healthcare facilities throughout the Commonwealth and continues to work on policies that will bolster rural health care for years to come. Additionally, I cannot overstate the impact and importance of expanded telehealth services. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, telehealth added tremendous reach and value to communities across the country, especially in rural America. Many of my constituents were able to access regular care, without having to drive nearly an hour in some instances, ensuring they could get diagnosed and treated in an efficient manner. To ensure this success continues, I reintroduced the Health Act, which will allow community health centers and rural health clinics to continue providing telehealth services and receive fair reimbursement for doing so. I also continue to support efforts to bolster our healthcare workforce in rural areas. One of the driving forces behind many shuttered hospitals, healthcare facilities, and other services in these communities is a lack of staff, whether it be physicians, surgeons, OBGYNs, technicians, nurses, or any other folks critical to providing care. As providers struggle to attract and retain a talented workforce in our rural communities, we must think outside the box to resolve these issues. For example, I support efforts to encourage medical programs to place residents in rural communities as a part of their education, training, and rotations. We know that people are far more likely to remain in communities where they train and serve, and we must continue to build this pipeline and solidify our rural health workforce. These policies promote access to care for all Americans, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure equitable care in our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, in rural communities, healthcare costs have gone up, premiums have skyrocketed, but choices have decreased. That's not right, and it's not fair, and it's not feasible. There must be a better way, and I know that together we will work to find a stable transition to a 21st century healthcare system that works for everyone in America, especially rural America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Skolton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to recognize the life and career of one of my incredible constituents, Minnie Forbes, the last living owner of a Negro League baseball team, the Detroit Stars. Minnie Forbes was born in 1932 in Mississippi and eventually found her home in Grand Rapids with her uncle, Ted Raspberry, a player in the Negro Leagues. Her uncle taught her to play softball, and as a young teen, she played on the Grand Rapids Crooks Brown Dolls softball team. Minnie found her true love for the game, working behind the scenes in team management. By 18, Minnie was a secretary for her uncle and his multiple baseball teams, the Grand Rapids Black Sox, the Detroit Stars, and the Kansas City Monarchs. Then, at just 24, she became the owner of the Detroit Stars. Minnie was shocked but felt prepared to take over the team and thus became one of the few women ever to own a Negro League baseball team. As an owner of the Detroit Stars, Minnie endured racism and prejudice towards herself and her players, especially while traveling for games. Players were often forced to sleep and eat on the bus as their restaurants and hotels refused to accommodate and even feed Black Americans. Sometimes they were even chased out of town. The players and Minnie persevered through strife and their love of the game, and the ripple effects of that persistence echoed through the civil rights movement. Minnie and her contemporaries made strides in changing American culture through sport. We are forever indebted for their sacrifices in pursuing a more equal and equitable future for all. I'm proud to step up to the plate to commend Minnie for her extraordinary legacy, a legacy that continues to live on in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in the Ted Raspberry Youth League, where I have had the honor of serving as a volunteer coach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, free market capitalism is the most democratic possible way to organize an economy. In a free market, consumers vote every day with every dollar they spend on what they want the economy to produce, who will produce it, and what they're willing to pay for it. The prices decided every day in this never-ending plebiscite also convey vast information regarding every product, including the scarcity or abundance of the resources in it, the labor conditions that produced it, and the systems that distributed it. It is a perfect system that requires only that government protect the freedom for a willing seller and a willing buyer to make an exchange according to their own best judgment. No force is required, because both act in their own self-interest. The price signals of that simple exchange, multiplied infinitely throughout the day, guide the labor and resources of an economy to their highest and best use according to every person's own individual interests and needs and judgment. Yet politicians love to interfere with this perfect mechanism through a variety of tools designed to direct the economy. That is, to replace the judgment of individual consumers and producers in the market with the judgment of politicians. One of the most insidious and self-destructive ways they do this is by subsidizing the things that they think consumers should buy in order to make those things more attractive. This literally stuffs the economy's ballot box, diverting resources from their highest and best economic use for consumers to the highest and best political use for politicians. Worse, it corrupts the accurate price signals that are essential for consumers to make rational decisions over allocating their own resources and thus directing overall economic output. Insurance, electric cars, mass transit, sugar, milk, solar panels, airline tickets, housing, tuition, healthcare, film production, green energy. It's hard to find a sector of the economy that isn't rife with subsidies. And let's not forget the infinite subsidies that saturate our tax code. True, these subsidies make the cost of favored products cheaper, and who can begrudge cheaper health care or tuition or housing? But that is an illusion. The reality is that sellers will always accept subsidies by raising their prices accordingly. Those receiving the subsidies are somewhat better off, but everyone else is much worse off. As subsidies artificially inflate prices, more subsidies are required to ameliorate their effect in a continuing spiral. It's no coincidence that the prices in the most heavily subsidized sectors like healthcare, housing, and tuition are rising much faster than the underlying inflation. Provide first-time homebuyers with a $25,000 subsidy, and sellers accept that windfall by raising their prices on the entire housing stock. Subsidies not only cost hundreds of billions of dollars and inflate the prices of the things being subsidized, but they also misallocate resources and misdirect consumer decisions. Insurance, for example, is how markets assign a dollar value to risk. It is risky to build a house in a flood zone, and high insurance premiums reflect that reality. Subsidized insurance rates invite people to take risks that high premiums would otherwise warn them against. Accurate price signals are absolutely essential if consumers are to make rational decisions as they vote every day on what the economy should produce, and they are just as essential if producers are to know what consumer demands that they most need to fulfill. Now, subsidies are so deeply ingrained in the economy that getting rid of all of them seems like a fool's errand. Every subsidy has a constituency, and the bigger the subsidy, the more powerful the constituency. But budget writers grappling with the largest federal debt in history and with an economy operating well below its potential should be looking for every way to reduce, eliminate, or reform subsidies or substitute for them other mechanisms that can serve the same societal aims without doing so much damage. So here's a modest proposal to Messrs. Musk and Ramaswamy. If you want to balance the budget and improve the economy, just say no to subsidies. Not only will such a hunt save hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars, it will reduce the overall cost of the things being subsidized and will reinvigorate the economy by restoring the flow of capital to its most productive use. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the recent surge in anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and Islamophobic hate crimes in our country. The constant dehumanization of Palestinians has very real and deadly consequences. The hateful rhetoric, including from many elected officials in this chamber and in the media, is leading to violence in our communities and putting our countless lives at risk. Hisham, Kenan, Tassin are childhood friends, all college students. They were spending Thanksgiving break in Hisham's family in Burlington, Vermont, where they were shot by a man sitting on his porch. They were targeted while wearing keffiyehs and speaking Arabic. Hisham is now paralyzed from the chest down. These hate crimes are not isolated incidents, Mr. Speaker. In October of last year, a man from Farmington Hills, Michigan, posted on social media that he wanted to come to my district in Metro Detroit area and wanted to, quote, "Who wants to join me to go hunt Palestinians?" These threats to commit mass murder horrified our community in Dearborn, many not wanting to open their doors, already grieving the loss of so many loved ones and friends of the horrific genocide taking place. I want to also talk about last month in Detroit, 7-year-old Sada. I wish people would take the time to actually listen to her interview. As a Yemeni-American child of Muslim faith was playing at her park, local park, was brutally attacked while playing. A man approached her out of nowhere and slit her throat with a knife. Sada ran home to her parents covered in blood. As a mother, I cannot fathom the horror of her parents must have felt at that moment watching their little girl coming running in, bleeding and terrified. Sada survived, but she would live with the trauma for the rest of her life. Nightmares keep Sada awake at night. She says she dreams her attacker is right next to her. In Texas, a mother wearing a hijab was watching her children swim in the community pool when she was approached by a woman interrogating her about what language she was speaking. The woman then jumped into the pool, attempted to drown her 3-year-old Palestinian daughter who was gasping for breath, for air as she was pushed under the water in the deep end of the pool. The woman threatened to kill the whole family as the police were carrying her away. Her mother said, "We are American citizens, originally from Palestine, and I don't know where to go to feel safe with my kids. My daughter is traumatized. Whenever I open the door, she runs away and hides, telling me she's afraid that lady will come back and try to attack her again." And here we go with Wadia. Everyone knows about Wadia, I hope. In Chicago, a 6-year-old child was brutally attacked in his own home by his landlord, of all people. His mother ran to the bathroom to call the police. His attacker was yelling, "You Muslims must die," while he stabbed little Wadia's body 26 times. They had to pull the knife out of his small body. When his mother came back, when she saw his lifeless body there, taken to the hospital, all she heard was just this sense of she will never ever be able to see her child. "We are not animals. We are humans," Wadia's uncle Yusuf said. These stories are horrifying as they are. I'm just thinking of the fact that these are the ones who made the headlines. Behind them are countless others, unreported incidents, with families living in fear and communities being targeted. I was approached by a father who said his child was on her school bus and somebody tried to rip her hijab off. I said, "Did you report it?" Who do I report that to? What terrifies me most, again, is this acts of violence are born from culture of dehumanization. Where is the outrage from my colleagues in this chamber? Why don't my colleagues denounce Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab hate? We must push back against dangerous rhetoric that fuels this violence and call out those that continue to push for dehumanizing narratives that they just contribute to and spread this kind of violence. Stop using racist tropes that feed into this hate. I know firsthand what it feels like to be targeted with hate. I receive death threats, smears, hate mail, and relentless harassment right outside of my office. To the families of Wadia, Hisham, Kinan, Tassim, Sada, and so many others who we will never know about, I want you to know I see you, I grieve with you, and I stand with you. I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address our national debt. My fellow Americans, we have a serious problem. In the past 40 years, Congress, which comprises of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, has only passed a budget 4 times. Only 4 times in the last 40 years has a budget been passed by Congress. That has contributed to our overwhelming national debt of over $36 trillion, which grows by $1 trillion every 100 days. If we continue to pass continued resolutions and omnibus bills, our annual deficits will double, our interest payments will triple, and for every dollar we borrow, 50 cents will go just to pay an interest on the debt. The American people are tired of Congress not doing the hard work that is necessary to bring spending under control and stop the national debt from growing. As members of Congress, we have an obligation to bring spending under control and ensure that present and future taxpayers are not forced to fund any federal program that is duplicative, wasteful, and inefficient. Every member of Congress knows that passing continued resolutions or omnibus bills does not bring spending under control, but simply adds to our $36 trillion national debt. The current continuing resolution expires on December 20th. So once again, in the next couple of weeks, Congress will debate on how we're going to fund the government in 2025. So what will it be? Will it be a continuing resolution? Will it be an omnibus bill? Or will it be a balanced budget that will fund the government in 2025? Speaker Johnson assures us that it will not be an omnibus bill, and because Chuck Schumer refuses to pass the appropriation bills passed in the House, some will argue that the only option left on the table so that we don't face a government shutdown is a continued resolution. Most Americans are not aware that there is a boogeyman that lurks in the halls of Congress. This boogeyman shows up twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year, It first shows up in September, and then it appears again in December. What is the name of this boogeyman that Congress is afraid to face? Its name is government shutdown. For countless years, the leaders of Congress have lacked the courage and strength to take on this boogeyman for fear of having to explain to the American people why we're unable to pass or perhaps refuse to pass a formal budget as outlined in the 1974 Budget Act. The American people are not afraid to shut down the government, and I stand with the American people. It is morally wrong for Congress to force the American people to carry a $36 trillion national debt on their backs and to expect our children to carry this growing debt on their backs as well. I say it's time for Congress to pass a formal budget that spends less than what it collects in taxes from the American people. I say it's time for Congress to evaluate one by one the 1,200 unauthorized expired programs that are currently being funded by Congress to the tune of $516 billion and vote to either reauthorize or terminate each one of them. I hear in the halls of Congress that if we want to be home with our families during Christmas, we must settle for a continued resolution. I would remind Congress that we have men and women in uniform that have taken the same oath of office that we did, and many of them will not be spending Christmas with their families because they have a duty to fulfill. We also have a duty and obligation to fulfill to the American people. That is to bring spending under control and stop the national debt from growing. And that responsibility comes before family or any holiday on the calendar. Congress should not allow the leadership of either the Senate or the House of Representatives to lead us into 2025 with a shameful continued legacy that Congress is incapable of putting people over politics and passing a balanced formal budget that spends less than we receive from the taxpayers. So to Chuck Schumer, I say put your ego and pride aside and sit down with Speaker Johnson and develop a plan to utilize the appropriation process outlined in the 1974 Budget Act to fund the government in 2025 before the end of the year. There are plenty of days still left on the calendar to do this. Where there is a will, there is a way. For every member of Congress should be committed to working long hours if need be, to pass a formal budget for 2025. Together, let us roll up our sleeves and do what is right for the future of our nation as it pertains to the budget. Together, let us show the nation that as members of Congress, we are ready, willing, and able to fulfill the assignment of the American people have bestowed upon us. Together, let us make history by stopping decades of wasteful spending. And together, let us protect the purse of the people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the proud representative of the 18th Congressional District of Houston, Texas, I have the distinct privilege of serving a diverse, resilient, and caring community. And on this day, I'm proud to honor someone who exemplifies those values, a favorite daughter, as I am, of the 18th Congressional District in Houston, Texas, Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter. As a global music icon with a staggering 99 Grammy nominations, Beyonce stands as the most nominated Grammy artist in its history. This year, her nominations hold particular significance as they honor Cowboy Carter, a poignant tribute often described as her American Requiem and a celebration of her Southern heritage. This groundbreaking album not only earned Beyonce her 8th #1 album, but also made her the first Black woman to top the country album charts. However, Cowboy Carter is not just a country album, it's a Beyonce album. And she is not just a global music icon, she is also a champion for women and children. Beyonce's roots remain firmly planted in H-Town, where she has contributed so much to our community in ways that extend far beyond her music through her tireless work and giving back to children in need. One of the most notable aspects of Beyonce's philanthropic efforts is her strong dedication to children and families, which perfectly aligns with today's celebration of World Children's Day, originally established in 1954 as Universal Children's Day 70 years ago. This annual day promotes international togetherness, raises awareness of the needs of children worldwide, and underscores the importance of improving their welfare. My mother, the late, great Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, cared deeply about children, and as a founding member and co-chair of the Congressional Children's Caucus, she championed their welfare with unwavering devotion. It is my hope that we never lose sight of how our work shapes the dreams and futures of children in the United States and across the world. Children are the future, and Beyonce has always understood the importance of protecting and nurturing their well-being, education, and opportunities. Through her Be Good Foundation, which she launched more than a decade ago, Beyonce has championed economic equity initiatives to improve the lives of children and families in need. One of her most significant contributions came in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey in 2017. The storm devastated Houston and surrounding areas, displacing over 30,000 families and causing an estimated $125 billion in damage across Texas. While many were overwhelmed by the scale of the destruction, Beyonce immediately stepped up for her beloved hometown. Through Be Good, she provided food, emergency housing, and financial support to families in crisis. Her collaboration with Bread of Life, a local nonprofit, ensured that children and their families had the resources they needed to recover and rebuild. Beyond disaster relief, Beyonce has championed education by breaking down barriers for young people, particularly young Black women, through her Formation Scholars Award. This scholarship has empowered dozens of students to pursue higher education and create opportunities that change their lives. Beyonce's efforts also encompass addressing the housing crisis with a focus on supporting unhoused families and youth who are disproportionately affected. Her collaboration on the Knowles Rowland House project in the 18th Congressional District provides housing, mental health support, and job training to vulnerable families in Houston, offering them a path towards freedom, stability, and hope. With the love and support of her mother, Tina Knowles, father, Matthew Knowles, sister Solange, husband, and 3 children, she has shared her time, talent, and treasure to help others. As we recognize World Children's Day, we also celebrate leaders like Beyonce who use their influence to uplift communities. Her work reminds us that when we invest in our youth, we invest in a brighter future for everyone. And her example inspires all to do more to ensure every child grows up in an environment where they can thrive. On behalf of Houston's 18th Congressional District, I thank Beyonce for being an advocate for children and families. May we all get information to create better outcomes for children. We look forward to welcoming you back to H-Town December 25th as the truly irreplaceable daughter who gives us energy and lets us know that girls can run the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alfred, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor our November Veteran of the Month, Andrew Viesman, who was an E-4 specialist in the U.S. Army. Andrew deployed to Iraq with the 504th Military Police Battalion from 2007 to 2008. While he was in Iraq, one of the main jobs he had was convoy security, where he was responsible for providing protection from enemy attacks to make sure the safety of American troops and critical assets were in place. Some of his duties in convoy security included reconnaissance, security, escorting, and establishing a combat reaction force. Andrew's fondest memories from his deployment was praying together for safety before each and every mission. Andrew was honorably discharged in 2014 and joined the Missouri National Guard unit in 2024 as a mechanic. I want to say thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your dedication and your service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor our November Small Business of the Month from the 4th Congressional District of Missouri, Cummings Menswear, owned by Jennifer and David Cummings, friends of mine. This fantastic business on the historic downtown Clinton Square just celebrated 40 years of outstanding business. And Mr. Speaker, in case you're looking for a new suit, they got you covered, all right? Cummings Menswear offers a selection of suits, sport coats, dress shirts, polos, golf shirts, and so much more. From fun holiday socks to tuxedos, Cummings Menswear has you covered. Over the past 4 decades, Cummings Menswear has become a trusted institution, known not only for its exceptional selection of men's fashion, but also for its personalized service and long-standing relationships with their customers, who aren't just customers, but they are friends. This store is a symbol of excellence in style, sophistication, and professionalism with a loyal and appreciative clientele. Missouri's 4th District is grateful to have such a community-invested family-owned business. So congratulations to David and Jennifer Cummings for menswear on the square for 40 years. 40 years of success and great men's clothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the family and community engagement liaisons across Orange County and this nation. Family and community liaisons play an important role in collaborating with health facilities and community resource centers to ensure that families have access to the supports they need in their academic, professional, and overall community success. In my own district, Santa Ana Unified School District is home to 54 dedicated liaisons who work around the clock to bridge the gap between schools, families, to ensure that every child and parent feel supported, empowered, and included in the local campuses. I hope my colleagues join me today in recognizing November as Family Engagement Month and November 16th as National Family Community Engagement Liaison Workers Day. And to every community liaison around Orange County and around the country, I say thank you for your good work and thank you for helping our local communities be successful. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life, legacy, and sacrifice of Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Gordon Lee Hogan. An Orange County native, Staff Sergeant Hogan served our nation bravely in Korea and Vietnam, and he made the ultimate sacrifice while fighting for our values in Vietnam. During his 19 years of service, Staff Sergeant Hogan had many roles. He worked on trucks as a motor transportation chief, waged an invisible war as a psychological operations specialist, and made relationships with civilians as a civil affairs officer. In his many roles, Staff Sergeant Hogan would go on to be recognized with many awards and commendations. Among these, the National Defense Service Medal, the Navy Presidential Unit Citation, and a Purple Heart. And these, just a few that I'm naming today. Sadly and tragically, on April 1st, 1967, Staff Sergeant Hogan made the ultimate sacrifice when his unit was ambushed by the Viet Cong while on patrol in Trua Tien province in Vietnam. His body would be sent back home to Orange County, where he would be laid to rest in our very own Westminster Memorial Park. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Gordon Lee Hogan was a model soldier, a model American, and a true patriot. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I last spoke on this floor, I laid out the choice the country had before us. Then on November 5th, 2024, America made its choice loud and clear. America gave Washington, D.C. a mandate endorsing the greatest political comeback in American history with the election of President Donald J. Trump as the 47th president in the United States and Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate. Kansas and the Big First District rejected 4 more years of the chaos we've experienced under President Biden and Vice President Harris. They voted for a government that works for the people and makes their lives easier, not one that handcuffs them and their families with overreaching regulations. They voted for a government that enforces a law and seeks common sense solutions, not open border policies that put our national security at risk. They voted to reduce federal spending, to end the weaponization of federal government once and for all, and for our future. When I came to Congress almost 4 years ago, America was strong. Our streets were safe. Our border was much more secure. House Republicans and President Trump had passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, putting more money in the pockets of American families and spurring economic growth that led to the strongest U.S. economy in decades. The Trump administration had spearheaded historic trade agreements and peace agreements across the globe that kept Americans competitive and secure. Rather than capitalizing on that momentum and strength, the Biden-Harris administration wasted 4 years pushing through partisan trillion-dollar spending packages and using the federal government to air its grievances with the previous administration. And America clearly said no more. Mr. Speaker, those days are long gone. This House Republican majority, alongside President Trump and incoming Senate Republican majority, are ready to restore American greatness and the American dream. We're committed to securing a future American families can feel optimistic about. When I ran for Congress, I promised to fight for agriculture and our conservative Kansas values. That commitment stands, and while there's a lot of work to get done to get this nation back on track, I humbly accept that challenge. I'm committed to working with my colleagues to unleash American energy and finally rein in energy prices that have crippled American families for the past 4 years. I will fight to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent and once again empower working and middle-class families who have been strangled by the record-level inflation caused by Washington Democrat spending. I will work for common-sense policies that don't empower the Mexican cartels or incentivize illegal immigration. Americans deserve an immigration system that makes it easier for people to come here legally and more difficult for people to come here illegally. That should not be controversial. The task before us is a big one, but I've never been more confident in our ability to deliver for America and get this country back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one more. And Mr. Speaker, for the past 2.5 years, my family and team have been blessed and honored to call Sydney Robinson a colleague and, most importantly, a friend. Sydney is a fellow believer, an incredibly hard worker, and one of the best that Capitol Hill has to offer. Sydney joined my team in 2022 and has served as staff assistant, scheduler, and most recently as director of operations. She often served as the face of the front office, ensuring that whether it was the Kansans' first or 50th trip to our office, they were met with enthusiasm, kindness, and professionalism. Over the years, she oversaw our internship program, assisted Kansans during their visits to the nation's capital, balanced an ever-changing schedule, prioritizing time in the district, votes, committee activity, and much more. On top of all that, Sydney helped our team host weekly prayer breakfasts for members of Congress and the 2024 National Prayer Breakfast. As the co-chair of the National Prayer Breakfast, I'm honored to plan and host the event for congressional leaders, the President of the United States, and spiritual leaders. It is no easy task, but Sydney served as a partner to bring every detail and logistic to life. Sydney will always be part of Team Man, and Audrey and I are deeply grateful for her service to the team, my family, and to the big 1st District of Kansas. She will be deeply missed in Canon 344, but we will all be praying for her and rooting for her in the days ahead. Thank you, Sydney, for serving so incredibly well. You make everything you touch better. It's an honor and privilege to call you a friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Dr. Jeffrey Nasi on his recent selection as Pima Community College's new chancellor. As my alma mater, I'm a proud product of Pima Community College and can confidently say that it helped shape me into who I am today. It equipped me with the tools and knowledge I needed to pursue my own American dream. Dr. Nasi brings over 20 years of experience across multiple areas of higher education and is committed to helping his students succeed. His focus is on improving student outcomes, sealing online and flexible learning modalities for students, and raising the graduation rate. As a Marine Corps veteran, Dr. Nasi has dedicated his life to service, first to our nation and now to our students. His story of commitment and dedication is just one example of the American dream that we all cherish. And I'm grateful for his hard work in safeguarding that American dream for our next generation. I know Dr. Nasi is well suited to continue leading Pima Community College into an even brighter future. I look forward to working with him to support and uplift the college and its students, and along with that, our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Sierra Vista Councilman Greg Johnson. Greg was a Marine veteran, businessman, lawyer, professor, and devoted public servant. Before his time in the City Council, Greg served on the board of directors of various chambers of commerce in hospitality and tourism organizations. While he was a staunch advocate for fiscal responsibility, Greg believed deeply in making strategic investments in his community that grew the economy and improved the quality of life for everyone. He was passionate about the causes he believed in and had an unwavering commitment to the residents of Sierra Vista. I saw this firsthand for many years. Laura and I will hold his amazing wife, Suzanne, their family, and his loved ones in our prayers. His work and legacy will continue to have a positive impact in our community long into the future, as he always desired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and thank Craig McFarland for his outstanding tenure as mayor of Casa Grande. Since his tenure began in 2016, Mayor McFarland has been a pillar of his community, a devoted public servant, a strong local partner for me, and a dear, dear friend. From diversifying the economy in Casa Grande through companies like Lucid Motors and others, to expanding the I-10 and protecting the region's water, Mayor McFarland has ushered in growth throughout Casa Grande and Pinal County. FY24 was in FY24 we secured $3.79 million to widen Thornton Road, which was experiencing increased traffic due to all the new manufacturing jobs in Casa Grande. And then in FY25, Mayor McFarland and I partnered together again to provisionally secure $2.8 million in federal funds for Casa Grande to invest in a new community center for students and expand access to affordable housing for our educators. Luckily, despite his tenure ending as mayor, Craig will continue to serve Casa Grande and Pinal County as the new president and CEO of Pinal Partnership, one of the leading economic development organizations in the region. They regularly host informative discussions on important issues such as water, such as security, such as infrastructure, and economic development with key stakeholders and industry leaders as well. I look forward to working together and continue advancing Casa Grande, Pinal County, and our entire region moving forward alongside with Craig McFarland. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and to recognize the life of Jose Tatum Carlson of Blackshear, Georgia. At the age of 21, Hosea Tatum leaves behind a legacy of service, compassion, and love for her Savior, Jesus Christ. Jose Tatum grew up in Blackshear, Georgia, where she graduated from Pierce County High School as a class valedictorian. She attended Mercer University and was awarded the prestigious President's Scholarship. Upon graduation from Mercer University, she married her high school sweetheart, Ethan Carlson. Jose Tatum will be remembered for her servant heart and her willingness to help others. She was a shining light in a world of darkness and will be dearly missed by those who knew her and loved her. Our hearts break for this young lady and her family. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all of them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Coach Mark Stroud's career at the Calvary Day School in Savannah, Georgia. Following this season, Mark Stroud will be concluding his time as a head football coach at the Cavaliers. Stroud has coached the Cavaliers for 16 seasons, boasting an incredible 148 wins and 43 losses. During his 16 years at Calvary Day, Stroud led his team to 6 region championships, including the last 4 years in a row. Stroud began his legacy as a head coach in 1992 at Toombs County High School and coached the school's program for 16 seasons until 2007. He also amassed an impressive record with the Toombs County Bulldogs, winning 5 regional championships. Over the course of his of his 33 seasons, Stroud put together a remarkable career in the state of Georgia, winning 272 games and earning himself the second most all-time wins in South Georgia. Congratulations, Coach Stroud, on your outstanding career at Calvary Day. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize the life of Josie Tatum Carlson of Blackshear, Georgia. At the age of 21, Josie Tatum leaves behind a legacy of service, compassion, and love for her Savior, Jesus Christ. Josie Tatum grew up in Blackshear, Georgia, where she graduated from Pierce County High School as the class valedictorian. She attended Mercer University and was awarded the prestigious President's Scholarship. Upon graduation from Mercer University, she married her high school sweetheart, Ethan Carlson. Josie Tatum will be remembered for her servant heart and her willingness to help others. She was a shining light in a world of darkness and will be dearly missed by those who knew her and loved her. Our hearts go out for Josie Tatum and her family. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the chair declares the House at recess till noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? 1,000 years in your sight are like a day when it's past, or a watch stood in the night. These last 1,000 days and nights of the assault on Ukraine's sovereignty, soldiers and civilians keeping watch every hour, are not in light of your immeasurable and eternal strength. You alone have upheld the resolve of the Ukrainian people, and your sure protections have maintained their spirit of faithfulness despite weapons of hate and hegemony firing ceaselessly into their homeland. For their faith and fortitude in the face of the enemy's audacious offenses, they have given the free world a testimony that cannot be silenced, a witness to the unwavering certainty of your divine presence in the valley of the shadow of the death around them. It is you, O Lord, who have gone before them. You, O Lord, will ever be with them. You will not fail or forsake them. By this promise, may their fear never overwhelm them or their dismay ever overcome them. Would that all of us, in times of such testing and torment, turn to you with the same faith in your sovereign protections. Grant Ukraine your peace and your people your divine provision in the face of all evil. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kemp.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on a very important topic, carbon monoxide poisoning, particularly in relation to the dangers that come with operating an automobile. According to the CDC, there are over 400 deaths and 20,000 emergency room visits each year as a result of the carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide is often referred to as a silent killer because of its undetectable traits. When people inhale certain amounts of carbon monoxide, the gas enters the bloodstream and prevents the intake of oxygen, which could result in death. On September 2nd, 2021, Suzanne Susie Marie Hanna of Bridgewater Township tragically passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning while driving from her job in Flemington to her home due to floodwaters preventing the movement of her automobile. Susie Hanna, a graduate of Bridgewater Raritan High School and Raritan Valley Community College, was known for her kindness, her selflessness, and always brightening the mood of people around her. We are joined today by her family. In memory of their daughter and their sister, they have fought to normalize normalize drivers, acquirers, and use safety hammers to prevent tragedies like Susie's from happening again. Additionally, the family started a foundation called Susie's Mission. This foundation hosts fundraisers that directly support local organizations and to keep Susie's memory alive. I thank her family for joining me today and for making the U.S. and New Jersey a safer place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of Kathleen Pfeiffer, known as Kitty to those of us who knew her and loved her. For 8 years, Kitty served as a staff member in my offices in the Pennsylvania State House and here in Congress. On Monday, she passed away at 83 years old. Kitty was a dedicated public servant, helping more than 10,000 constituents in her time working with my staff and me. She was a devoted wife, mother, and grandmother. She was someone who brought warmth and kindness into every room she entered. And while I offer my condolences to her family and friends during this sad time, I'm also filled with gratitude. I'm grateful to have had the privilege of knowing Kitty and calling her both one of my favorite staff members and, more importantly, my friend. You will always be loved and missed, Kitty. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. November marks the Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease COPD Awareness Month. COPD is a respiratory disease that is the 6th leading cause of the death in the United States and affects 1 in 8 Americans over the age of 45. An estimated 30 million Americans are affected by COPD, but only 17 million Americans are diagnosed. We unfortunately see COPD impact neighbors in Southern California, with more than half of Californians who suffer from COPD living in our area. Today, on COPD Awareness Day and throughout this month, we recommit to raising awareness and finding ways to mitigate the impacts of this disease. I'll do my part. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the passage of my bipartisan bill, the VA Competes Act, and what this means for veterans in my district and across the country. My bill improves care for veterans by finally allowing the VA to pay doctors the salaries that they deserve. It's no secret that the VA has struggled to hire and retain healthcare staff, and low salaries are a big piece of that. When the VA is understaffed, our veterans are the ones who suffer. Last year, when the Stockton VA clinic went from 8 primary care physicians to just 4, wait times skyrocketed to over 100 days. Our veterans couldn't get appointments, prescriptions filled, or access the basic care that they needed. I'm proud to have worked with our local clinic staff in the VA to fix this issue, bringing wait times down to just 16 days. But my bill is going to help ensure that no other clinic experiences a shortage like we did last year. I am so proud to be part of the solution, and thank you so much to everyone who made this possible. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Williamsport Salvation Army on a record-breaking Red Kettle kickoff. As the holiday season unfolds, the sound fills the air, not just the laughter of children or the joyful notes of carolers, but the familiar ringing of the Salvation Army's Red Kettle bells. Since 1897, the Salvation Army's iconic Red Kettle campaign has become synonymous with Christmas. This year, at the 6th annual Red Kettle Kickoff Breakfast, the Williamsport Salvation Army exceeded its goal, bringing in $52,000 to start their holiday bell-ringing season. This money, as well as future funds, will assist local underserved populations during the holiday season. The Salvation Army in Williamsport helps residents with rental and utility assistance, food donations, hygiene supplies, and toys and blankets for children, and much more. Mr. Speaker, this time of year can bring challenges for low-income families. The Williamsport Salvation Army's Red Kettle fundraiser ensures that the families in our community wake up to the magic of Christmas morning, knowing that they haven't been forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, 2024 has been a year of celebration for the people of Clarendon Hills in my district as they commemorate their centennial. Known as the Volunteer Village, the founders of Clarendon Hills were some of the most independent, hardworking individuals. From its beginning, the Clarendon Hills community recognized the importance of local governance and coming together to elect their first board of trustees and establish their neighborhood, businesses, churches, and schools. Although a lot has changed over the past 100 years, the spirit of independence and hard work that first defined the people of Clarendon Hills still lives today. It is a village that I'm proud to represent. Congratulations on 100 years. Clarendon Hills, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an integral member of my team, my senior legislative assistant, Connor Young. Connor started in my office as a legislative correspondent and has risen the ranks to lead our legislative team. Connor is a dedicated and committed member of our staff, and his work has been essential to serving the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. A proud LSU Tiger originally from Memphis, Tennessee, Connor began his public service as an intern here in the U.S. House of Representatives and has shown his commitment to this institution and our nation. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Connor will go on to great things as he continues his public service. I wish him nothing but the best in all of his future endeavors. I appreciate you, Connor. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the United Soccer League Eastern Conference champions, Rhode Island FC. Let me tell you, this team is special. This team never says die. Coming into this season, their first as an expansion team, Rhode Island FC wasn't projected to make the postseason. However, led by their head coach, Cano Smith, they've put together a magical playoff run. Earlier this month, they took down top-seeded Louisville City FC. And on Saturday, they held off a late surge by the Charleston Battery to win a 2-1 thriller. Make no mistake, this team plays wicked good soccer. Anchored in community, this team is bringing Rhode Islanders together and giving us something to root for. Congratulations on winning the East Conference Finals, and good luck as you take on Colorado Springs in the final. Our whole state, the whole state of Rhode Island will be cheering you on. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Wicked good. The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are currently, sadly, 46 Americans around the world wrongfully detained or held hostage. The unbearable trauma on their families is made even worse as the Internal Revenue Service currently charges late fees and penalties for overdue tax payments. Currently, tax codes do not provide relief beyond 1 year for detainees. This must be corrected. This week, House Republicans will consider the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on Americans Hostages Act to prevent the IRS from imposing charges and allow the affected families to focus on their safe return. This bill also revokes the tax-exempt status of American nonprofit organizations that provide financial or material support to terrorist groups such as Hamas and others. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all American families at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This being Rural Health Care Month, I'd like to point out how critical it is that we pay attention to the rural health care issues, such as my district, but so many around this country. You have the challenges of rural residents living pretty far from sophisticated health care systems, good-sized hospitals, etc. So the local clinics are pretty critical. And also what's important is the continued expansion of telehealth via more broadband reaching into rural areas to make it where local clinics can get images, get x-rays, get other methods of getting information and sending them off to the urban centers that can analyze those tests and such and see what really needs to be done before maybe something more extreme, such as transporting a patient a long ways to a hospital, or even in some cases where they send a helicopter to move them around. So we face these issues in Northern California, but so many places across the country that are rural. Such things as teaching health centers help keep people on site. They can learn as well as serve. So I appreciate those objectives, and I yield back.
Yields. The chair will now receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 807, an act to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the invaluable service that working dogs provide to society.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 6324, an act to authorize major medical facility projects for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3012 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3012, a bill to reauthorize the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Kim Jong-un, the regime continues to oppress North Korea people through torture, forced labor, imprisonment, and starvation, and continues expanding North Korea's nuclear weapons program. The regime also severely represses security of the United States and the world by advancing its missiles and nuclear weapons program. Recent intercontinental ballistic missiles tests and an alarming increase in the number of nuclear warheads in North Korea's arsenal are clear demonstrations that it's growing threat to global peace and stability. North Korea has abducted Japanese and South Korean citizens and have caused the death of U.S. citizens while in North Korean custody. These acts of state-sponsored kidnapping and unlawful detention have caused immense suffering to the victims and their families. The regime's blatant disregard for human life and international law is a violation of basic human rights and an affront to global justice. The North Korean Humane Rights Act ensures that the Kim regime's human rights abuses do not go unchecked and reinforces the United States' commitment to promoting human rights in North Korea. By shining a spotlight on these atrocities, the act seeks to hold the regime responsible for its abuses and to give hope to North Korean people who continue to endure unimaginable oppression. This bill extends critical efforts to break the regime's information control over North Korean people, to protect North Korean defectors and refugees, especially from forced repatriation by China. It also ensures that the regime does not have opportunities to divert international assistance for military purposes. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3012, North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I want to start by thanking Representatives Kim and Bera for their leadership on this bill. Initially passed in 2004, the North Korean Human Rights Act was landmark legislation that promoted accountability for human rights violations in North Korea. We are here today because the underlying tenets of this bill are as necessary today as they were 20 years ago. Since rising to power in 2011, Kim Jong-un has doubled down on the brutal authoritarian rule of his father and grandfather. His government has committed untold human rights violations, including arbitrary and extrajudicial killings, mass detention, forced labor, and torture. Under the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, Pyongyang used lockdowns to intensify its repression, including through shoot-to-kill orders on its borders and draconian policies that have driven segments of the North Korean population into famine. Today, North Korea remains one of, if not the most repressive countries in the world. It's critical that we reauthorize the North Korea Human Rights Act today. And I urge the Senate to pass this bill immediately so that President Biden can sign it into law this year. It's essential that we reauthorize the bill now to make the United States' commitment on this issue clear and irreversible. We must not ignore the horrific human catastrophe taking place in North Korea. It is disappointing that the Trump administration did not appoint a special envoy on the North Korean human rights issues, which the North Korea Human Rights Act mandates. Congress must ensure that does not happen again. This bill will enable thorough legislative oversight of the administration's North Korea policy, including by requiring the administration to answer to Congress should it fail to appoint a special envoy on the North Korean human rights issues in an expedient fashion. H.R. 3012 would also provide the incoming administration with the tools necessary to elevate the cause of human rights in North Korea, while extending reporting requirements that will allow Congress to ensure that the United States does not ignore Pyongyang's brutal treatment of its own citizens. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from California and the chair of Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, Ms. Kim.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Moylan, for yielding, and I want to thank you for your leadership, as well as my good friend, Representative Manning, for moving this bill forward. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 3012, the North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act. This bill updates the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 that was enacted to provide humanitarian aid to North Korean refugees, allow for information access for the North Korean people, and appoint a U.S. Special Envoy for Human Rights in North Korea. H.R. 3012 reauthorizes, streamlines, and strengthens oversight of these programs through 2028 and calls for Korean American families to be reunited with their immediate relatives in North Korea. We need someone at the State Department dedicated entirely to North Korean human rights issues, especially as Kim Jong-un's brutality against his own people grows. Why? Because North Korean women and children face the most inhumane treatment in the world. Child labor is institutionalized in North Korea, and women are forced into sex trafficking organized by government officials and human traffickers. And because an estimated 100,000 North Koreans are subject to forced labor in factories with inhumane conditions in the People's Republic of China, and because torture, forced disappearances, imprisonment, forced sterilization, and religious persecution are tools regularly used to consolidate the North Korean regime's power. From January 2017 to December 2022, the Special Envoy position was vacant That's nearly 6 years. If the position is ever vacant again for more than 180 days, my bill requires the State Department to report on ongoing efforts to fill that position. The authorization for the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 lapsed in 2022. We must get this legislation signed into law this Congress. We cannot ignore the threat posed by North Korea, and holding the North Korean regime accountable without supporting human rights is a non-starter. Failing to reauthorize this landmark human rights initiative sends a signal to Kim Jong-un that the United States will allow human rights in North Korea and around the world to fall on deaf ears. I want to thank Representative Ami Bera for co-leading this bill with me, and I want to thank our chairman of the full committee and its staff for their leadership and commitment to human rights and freedoms for the North Korean people. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3012. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We must be just as committed today to supporting human rights of North Koreans as we were in 2004, which is why I support this bipartisan reauthorization of the North Korean Human Rights Act through 2028. While much of U.S. policy towards North Korea is focused on its nuclear and missile programs, we cannot ignore the gross human rights abuses within the country. We can and must address both. I thank Representatives Kim and Bera for shining a light on the struggle of the North Korean people. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
In closing, I'd like to thank Reps Kim and Bera of California for working together on this important legislation that reinforces the United States' commitment to promoting human rights in North Korea. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3012? Those in favor is amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. And without
Mr.
objection.
Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Good. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8234 as amended.
Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8234, a bill to authorize the Secretary of State to designate additional persons eligible to serve as passport acceptance agents and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Americans use U.S. passports at their official travel documents each year. Passports are what opens the door from faraway foreign destinations. The problem, though, is that certain Americans are having a difficult time applying for them. What should be a simple administrative step is anything but. That's where my colleague, Mr. Mass' bill comes in. H.R. 8234 would level the playing field, assisting those Americans who currently face unnecessary obstacles. First, the bill would authorize new institutions to serve as passport acceptance agents. Passport acceptance is the process of verifying the applicant's identification documents. Currently, most civilian passport acceptance is done by designated employees of the U.S. Postal Service. With the recent closure of many U.S. post offices and with fewer post offices offering passport services, however, access points for passport acceptance have been significantly reduced. This reduction has led to delays in some citizens' ability to schedule a passport appointment. We feel this accurately on Capitol Hill, acutely. Scarcely a day goes by when members of Congress like myself do not hear from frustrated constituents experiencing some sort of passport problem. Allowing new entities like Public Notary to become passport acceptance agents will ensure that citizens' application processes is easier, faster, and more seamless. For example, if the notaries at a USP stores and AAA travel offices nationwide were to become registered passport acceptance agents, the number of passport acceptance sites would increase by 10,000 locations. The second thing this bill would do is assist Americans in rural areas and non-major cities apply for their passports. The so-called hand-carry courier program helps citizens who otherwise would be unable to travel to a passport agency due to time, cost, or distance constraints. Through the program, they'll be able to secure an urgent or emergency passport using a third-party registered agent. H.R. 8234 would allow for more companies to participate in the hand-carry program. By expanding the program, we'll make emergency passports more readily available to citizens who need them, especially for those who don't live or near a major city. Finally, Mr. Mass' bill would align the passport expiration date with the applicant's birthday, making it easier for him or her to remember when it's time to renew. This will help reduce the application spikes surrounding popular travel seasons and prevent new backlogs and delays. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 8234, which is an important step in making passport service more accessible and more reliable. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8234, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
As the world has reopened following the COVID-19 pandemic, demand for passports last year skyrocketed, leading to significant delays. Under Secretary of State Antony Blinken's leadership, the tireless efforts of consular officials, the State Department successfully tackled this backlog and restored processing times to pre-pandemic levels. Moreover, this administration has partnered closely with Congress to advance the modernization of the department's consular processing to be better prepared to handle future surges in demand. The provisions in H.R. 8234 aim to further strengthen our passport processing infrastructure, particularly to help ensure that all Americans, especially those in rural or remote areas, have reasonably convenient access to passport services. This includes permissive authorities for the department to better enable applicants to utilize private couriers, access passport acceptance agents, and remember to renew their passports before expiry. These provisions can help those in underserved communities who may not have a passport acceptance facility nearby. There is no single solution to the challenges in providing passport and visa services at a sustained high level, and the department's efforts must be driven not by the preferences of courier companies or potential new acceptance agencies, but by Americans who need passports. We must work together and in a smart way to ensure the State Department has the authorities and resources it needs to carry out its mission securely and efficiently with respect to passport processing. H.R. 8234 can help provide additional practical tools where it is necessary to improve service delivery and meet the needs of American travelers. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida and Chair of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee, Mr. Mass.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank all of my colleagues for their work and support on H.R. 8234. It's a bill to reduce the passport barriers that American travelers face with just a few common sense solutions to help it make it be a more seamless process for Americans and a more intuitive process for when their passport might expire to help prevent the emergency situations that all of us as members of Congress face for our constituents to get them the passports that they need. Now, getting a passport for many is the closest that Americans will get to seeing the work of our State Department, and when they see delays and backlogs, that shakes their confidence for what they believe the State Department can do. And many of our other institutions, the backlog is especially troublesome for our citizens who live in rural areas without easy access to the few passport agencies and centers that we have around the country. And if the State Department can't get those small things done right now and in a timely fashion and in a confident way, it's hard to convince the American people that the State Department can handle bigger things. Except a passport is not a small thing for most people, most families, most individuals. For our constituents, that is a business trip, or that is a family vacation, or that is a wedding, or God forbid it's a funeral. But we urgently need reforms to address the passport backlog and prevent any future backlog from occurring. H.R. H.234, it enhances U.S. passport applicants' customer experience in 3 ways that have been mentioned already. First, it authorizes the Secretary of State to allow qualified notaries to accept and certify the relevant paperwork. Certify, it doesn't mean that they're issuing a passport. It means they're identifying that all the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted and the blanks are filled in so that the application doesn't get kicked back by the State Department. Currently, citizens who live in rural areas, they need to mail in their paperwork or try to get to a certain employee in a place like the post office. They have few or inconsistent hours to actually go see those individuals, and it delays their application process. By expanding the number of people who can accept and certify the paperwork to include these qualified notaries, we greatly expand the options for Americans who do not live near these passport acceptance centers. Second, my bill requires the State Department to devote more resources to non-traditional applicants, again, often from rural areas, who utilize private courier service for emergency passport services. Now, since 2007, the number of slots for these private courier services that they have to process Americans' applications has decreased, while the number of Americans who live at least 250 miles away from a passport acceptance office has substantially increased over that same period of time. These services are an effective alternative for Americans who need urgent passports and don't live near those offices. And expanding these resources, it will help serve the citizens by adjusting to population migration patterns that we've seen over the last 2 decades. Finally, my bill will make it easier for Americans to remember to renew their passports by changing the passport expiration dates to coincide with their birthdays, like most of us do with our driver's licenses. This simple change in awareness will make it so that many people do remember to renew their passports early instead of realizing it at the last second because it's not on an intuitive date, which leads to the surges in applicants in the system and creates those backlogs. I want to thank all of my colleagues for the work on this legislation, and I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker, and I urge adoption of this bill.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I have no requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
The State Department's passport application processing has shown welcome improvement. The bipartisan provisions in this bill will help make them make even more progress and connect more Americans to a U.S. passport. By helping the State Department increase access and meet higher demand, I hope we can prove that the government can adapt and work faster. I support this bill, and I hope we can advance further measures to support consular services in a bipartisan fashion. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we need to make passport service more accessible to Americans who don't live in major cities. This bill, H.R. 8234, would do exactly that by authorizing new actors like public notaries to serve as passport acceptance agents. It would also allow more companies to participate in the hand-carry courier program and open up slots for those companies as passport agency offices across the country. Americans who don't live in a major cities shouldn't have to have a harder time getting travel documents than anyone else. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8234, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8368 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8368, a bill to establish a coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts in the Department of State and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to receive, extend, and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bipartisan legislation to codify establishment of the Office of Coordinator of Afghan relocation efforts. When the Biden administration executed its disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, we left behind thousands of Afghans who had risked their lives to assist the United States mission in Afghanistan. The subsequent Taliban takeover put these brave individuals at serious risk, and we have seen many Afghans who worked for the U.S. be targeted in reprisal, killing and forced disappearances. It is our duty as Americans to help bring these valuable Afghans to safety in the U.S. The Office of Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts has worked tirelessly in 2021 to support the resettlement of eligible Afghans in the United States. After undergoing the most thorough security vetting process, CARE assist Afghans as they complete the final stages of the resettlement process, preparing them for their new lives in the United States. At a time when there is little hope for Afghans to pursue a life of prosperity amidst the brutal Taliban regime's crackdown on human rights and archaic restrictions on women, it is more important than ever that the U.S. fulfill our duty to our Afghan allies and help them come to the United States. I have been happy to see that CARE has demonstrated increased efficiency in processing Afghan relocation cases, enabling our vetted Afghan partners to come to the United States. Codifying this office ensures that every eligible, properly vetted Afghan may move to the U.S. and establish a new, safe life for their family far from the threat of the Taliban. I urge my colleagues to show their support for our Afghan allies and support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8368, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
There is one thing I believe unites us on the issue of Afghanistan: unwavering commitment to the Afghan allies who stood by us during our nearly 2-decade mission in the country. This bill is about honoring that commitment. H.R. 8368 formally authorizes the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, or CARE, which has been leading the essential work of supporting those who risk their lives to assist the United States by helping eligible Afghan applicants and their families relocate to the United States. By providing a clear bipartisan mandate, along with the authorities that the State Department has requested, this legislation sends a strong message of support for CARE's mission that can't simply be waved away. It demonstrates that Congress stands firmly behind the creative, tenacious effort by the CARE Office to relocate and protect our deserving Afghan partners. These are individuals who risked everything to support our mission. They served as interpreters, guides, and partners in some of the most dangerous conditions imaginable. To turn our backs on them now would be unconscionable. Let's remember that our commitment is not just a matter of policy or party. It is a matter of principle. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it cannot be the final word on our support for our Afghan allies, particularly since Congress will need to continue to act to ensure Afghan special immigrant visas remain available and CARE's work is appropriately resourced during the period authorized by this bill. There are bipartisan bills we can bring to the floor in this Congress to accomplish exactly that. I strongly support this bill introduced by Representative Titus, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same so that we can continue to uphold our promises to those who stood by us in Afghanistan. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Representative Dina Titus, an esteemed member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the author of this measure.
The esteemed gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Manning, for the time. I'd also like to start by acknowledging and thanking my Republican colleague from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for joining me on this bipartisan legislation to establish the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts, H.R. 8368. Over the course of our 20-year mission in Afghanistan, more than 300,000 Afghans worked shoulder to shoulder with U.S. service members, diplomats, and aid workers. They provided valuable support for nearly 800,000 U.S. troops who rotated through Afghanistan. They served primarily as translators, guides, and informal advisors to U.S. personnel on the ground. These are, in every sense of the word, our valued allies. They stood with us through difficult conditions, advancing U.S. interest. In August 2021, the U.S. conducted an historic and heroic evacuation that carried 70,000 Afghans to safety, along with tens of thousands of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents, as well as citizens from other countries. Since July 2021, the State Department has worked around the clock to relocate U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents from Afghanistan who wanted to depart and who are eligible Afghan allies who worked with us. Secretary Blinken has made this a top priority for the department and has said that there is no deadline for this important work. He underscores the commitment that the Biden administration has to this effort and the promise of Operation Enduring Welcome. In 2022, to solidify these relocation efforts, the State Department established a specialized office called the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, appropriately known as CARE. CARE serves as the hub for a whole-of-government priority, working closely with various federal departments and agencies, international partners, veterans groups, former diplomats and government officials, and NGOs to ensure the safe and efficient relocation of individuals who have qualified to immigrate to the U.S., either as special immigrants or refugees during the 20-year U.S. mission in Afghanistan. The Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program, also stood up by Congress and reliant on our regular reauthorization of additional visa numbers to meet demand, long faced challenges and processing delays. But the situation changed dramatically early in 2021 when the Biden administration ramped up resources to clear an SIV processing backlog that had accumulated in the prior administration. Working together, Congress and the administration have prioritized and streamlined the Afghan SIV program to meet evolving demand and uphold our moral obligation. In fiscal year 2023, the administration issued the most SIVs in a single year since the start of the program in 2009. And in the most recent report, the department issued 1,894 SIVs, ensuring that almost 8,000 additional Afghan allies and their families had a pathway to safety. Similarly, the State Department has announced the establishment of a new P2 category for refugees, in addition to the P1 referrals, to expand available pathways for persecuted Afghans. As a result, we have welcomed more than 130,000 Afghans to safety. The CARE program has been the linchpin of this work, serving as a valuable conduit for all the different organizations I mentioned and Afghans themselves as they navigate a pathway to their new home. The work, however, is not codified in statute. It exists across a number of agencies and programs. So Congress should not be unambiguous here. We support this work. We want to see the job continue, and we should do so by authorizing it as a new agency. That's what this bill would do. It would authorize the CARE Office in the State Department for 3 years and grant it important authorities to continue this work as an identified legislative authority for priority for the State Department. So I would urge my colleagues to support this, to acknowledge the obligation that we have, a moral obligation to help those who helped us so much, fulfill our promise to all those who stood with us. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks and Chairman McCall of the Foreign Affairs Committee for their support in helping move this bill to the floor, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
For over 20 years, our Afghan allies risked everything to support the U.S. mission, and we must not turn our backs on them now. The CARE Office deserves a clear, bipartisan mandate. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
This administration failed the Afghan people by abandoning them to the Taliban rule. It is our responsibility as Americans to remedy this failure. I am proud to support this bipartisan legislation today, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting for this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8368 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has been recognized. The yeas and nays are requested. All in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 554 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 554, resolution affirming the nature and importance of the support of the United States for the religious and ethnic minority survivors of genocide in Iraq.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise, extend, and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bipartisan resolution addressing ongoing challenges that face religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq after ISIS' brutal genocide. 10 years ago, ISIS overran wide swaths of Iraq and Syria, subjecting millions of people to their so-called caliphate. ISIS penetrated widespread atrocities, including forced religious conversion, kidnapping, slavery, human trafficking, unlawful forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, torture, sexual violence, and sex trafficking. Religious and ethnic minority groups were singled out and subject to particular cruelty. The United States repeatedly found that ISIS is responsible for genocide, crimes against humanity, and other atrocities against religious and ethnic minority groups in Iraq, Syria, including Shiite Muslims, Christians, and Yazidis. Just this year, a Yazidi woman was rescued in Gaza who had been kidnapped at the age of 11 by ISIS. She was held in captivity for 10 years. While ISIS no longer rules over these communities, the caliphate, widespread damage, displacement, and trauma, and religious and ethnic minorities continue to face widespread discrimination and displacement in Iraq, undermining efforts to promote their recovery. Addressing these problems is critical for religious and ethnic communities and for overall success of Iraqi state, helping ensure it achieves its full potential as a vibrant, prosperous country. This resolution reaffirms our commitment to protecting the rights of these religious and ethnic minorities and the need to help them return to their homes and rebuild their lives. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 554, affirming the nature and importance of the support of the United States for the religious and ethnic minority survivors of genocide in Iraq, as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I am proud to support this resolution from Representative Slotkin, which shines a much-needed spotlight on the significant contributions of Iraq's religious and ethnic minority communities, as well as the profound suffering they have endured. Iraq is home to a rich tapestry of communities, each contributing to the nation's cultural heritage. Among them are the Yazidis, Shabak, and Chaldean, Syriac, and Assyrian Christians. These groups are not just a part of Iraq's history, they are integral to its identity. The persecution faced by these communities is well documented, especially during the rise of ISIS. The brutal terrorist group committed unimaginable horrors against Iraq's minorities. The list of atrocities is long: kidnappings, torture, public executions, arbitrary detentions, and systematic rape. The scale of this cruelty, led by the State Department under Secretary Kerry in 2016 to formally declare ISIS's actions as genocide and crimes against humanity. While the territorial defeat of ISIS was achieved through the courageous efforts of the Iraqi security forces, with critical support from the United States and our international partners, efforts at recovery are far from over. Many of the communities that suffered most during ISIS's reign of terror continue to face challenges in rebuilding their homes, reclaiming their heritage, and securing representation in Iraq's national fabric. This bipartisan resolution is a testament to the resilience of these communities and a call to action. It acknowledges the immense suffering they have endured, recognizes their invaluable contributions to Iraqi society, and underscores the need for continued U.S. engagement. This resolution is not just about remembering the past, it is about supporting a future where these communities can thrive once again. It emphasizes the importance of rebuilding, not just physically, but also restoring the cultural and historic sites that are central to their identity. I want to extend my gratitude to Representatives Slotkin and James for their leadership on this critical issue. Let us stand together in support of this resolution, which not only honors the legacy of Iraq's diverse communities, but also reaffirms our commitment to their future. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding and I join my Michigan colleague, Representative Slotkin, in support of HRES 554. This resolution is an important bipartisan affirmation of our support of religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq who experience violent persecution for their religious beliefs. Chaldean Christians are a religious minority in Iraq, and they have been subjected to countless atrocities and genocide over the last decade at the hands of ISIS terrorists. They have been displaced from their homes, coerced into converting their religion, tortured, and forced into slavery. Churches and other religious sites have been destroyed, and they still face discrimination for their beliefs. No one should ever be persecuted for their religious beliefs. The Chaldean community has made outstanding contributions to my home state of Michigan. They deserve to know that Congress supports Chaldeans and other religious and ethnic minorities and their human rights here at home and abroad. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, my good friend and fellow Michigander, Representative Alyssa Slotkin, the author of this important resolution.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 554, a bill affirming the importance of U.S. support for religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq. Michigan has been home for more than a century to a vibrant Iraqi community, the largest outside the Middle East. Many are Chaldeans, Iraqi Christians who have faced incredible persecution and challenges in recent Iraqi history. I'm really proud to have done this bill with Congressman Molinar, Congressman James, and other support from the Michigan delegation, bipartisan support. When I traveled to the Middle East as part of a congressional delegation in 2022, I met with Iraqi leaders in Baghdad and Erbil to discuss the challenges of Iraq's Chaldeans and what the U.S. can do to help. This is on the heels of me being a CIA officer, a Pentagon official, and having done 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military and seen these issues up close and personal for myself in 2004, 2006, and 2008. I took what I heard from that most recent trip back to Washington to work on this resolution, which would put this House on record as supporting the human rights and dignity of religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq. Over the decades, Chaldeans and other religious groups, such as Yazidis, have suffered greatly from the brutality of vicious and violent groups such as ISIS. ISIS subjugated and carried out countless atrocities against many of these communities, including murder, systematic rape, and kidnappings. As Iraq continues to rebuild after years of conflict and efforts to defeat ISIS, it's critical that U.S. support the security, stability, integration, and political representation of these minorities in their homeland. This resolution expresses support not just for Iraqi Christians, but for all Iraqi minorities, for their fundamental rights, security and economic opportunity, community infrastructure, and representation in government. Mr. Speaker, this is not just an issue of importance to the Chaldeans and other religious minorities living in Iraq, but also to the hundreds of thousands of American citizens. Roughly 500,000 Chaldeans live in the United States, including more than 160,000 in Southeast Michigan. These families are a vibrant, active thread in the fabric of our community. Roughly 60% of Michigan's Chaldeans own a business, and a sizable fraction own 2 or more businesses. They support our economy, they're active in our communities, they support churches and schools and foundations, and they're active participants in every aspect of civic life. These Americans who feel a deep connection to and concern for their ancient homeland are looking to us to speak up for thousands of Iraqis threatened by continued persecution and discrimination. As Americans, they are looking to us to stand up for American values. I want to thank again the bipartisan group of Michiganders and other members who supported this bill, and in particular Congressman Molinar and James. This legislation was passed out of the Foreign Affairs Committee by an overwhelming bipartisan majority, and I urge my colleagues today to support the same here on the floor. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan and the chair of the African Subcommittee, Mr. James.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this very, very important and special bill, H-Res 554, a resolution affirming America's support for religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq. A special thank you to Senator-elect Slotkin, Representative Molnar, Representative McClain, and Representative Bergman, most importantly, the Chaldean community in my district and in Southeast Michigan for getting us here. I'm truly blessed to be a part of this, and I'm proud to have shepherded this bill through committee. I've vowed since coming to Congress to be a voice not just for the Chaldean community in my district, but for all those fighting for religious freedoms abroad. That is why, for one of my very first congressional hearings, I questioned Secretary Blinken about the plight and the struggles of Christians and ethnic minorities in Iraq. And I believe that advocating for religious liberties abroad is vital to our moral standing, not just in the United States, but around the world. This resolution, authored by Senator-elect Slotkin, expresses more than just America's support for the restoration of the rights and dignities given to religious and ethnic minority communities in Iraq. With untrustworthy actors aligned with Iran and ISIS continuing to be an obstacle to freedom in Iraq, this resolution is a powerful first step. To my fellow Iraqi Catholic and Christian brothers and sisters, this moment is a long time coming, but more is yet to come. My hope is that the leadership in Baghdad hears us loud and clear today. Congress is watching, and we stand ready to act. I appreciate Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for allowing this resolution to come to the floor. I know our Chaldean community in Sterling Heights and across the state of Michigan have prayed hard in advocating for this moment. And in this moment here today, with the bipartisan support of my colleagues, we will be able to show Chaldeans here and for those around the world who pray for religious freedom that our God truly does answer prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no speakers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This resolution shines a critical light on the lives, opportunities, and cultures lost in Iraq due to ISIS's campaign of terror. The State Department rightfully declared ISIS responsible for genocide in 2016, but Congress has been too late to respond. The Yazidis, Shabak, as well as Chaldean, Syriac, and Assyrian Christians deserve equitable representation in the recorded history of Iraqi society. I am proud to stand with my bipartisan colleagues in supporting Iraqi religious and ethnic minorities who for too long have gone unnoticed. I hope my colleagues will join with me in supporting H-Res 554. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
There is still much work to be done to help Iraq and its people heal from the horrors unleashed by ISIS. This is particularly true with respect to the country's religious and ethnic minority communities. This resolution serves as a commitment to ensure the United States continues to press for progress and to advocate for the rights of religious and ethnic minorities. I am proud to support this bipartisan legislation today, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 554 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspends the rules and pass House Resolution 837 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 837, resolution reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days to revise and extend and to include extraneous materials as this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 837, a resolution that reaffirms the enduring partnership between the United States and the Philippines. This resolution is a testament to the deep-rooted bonds of the friendship, shared values, and mutual interests that have defined our relationship over a century. The Philippines is not only a close ally in the Asia-Pacific region, but also a vital partner in promoting peace, stability, and prosperity. Our two nations share a long history of cooperation, from the fight for freedom during World War II to our joint efforts in addressing global challenges today. Whether it's combating terrorism, the Chinese Communist Party aggression, or advancing trade, the U.S.-Philippines partnership is instrumental in shaping a safer and more secure world. In addition to our strategic alliance, the Filipino-American community is an invaluable bridge between the two countries. More than 4 million Filipino Americans contribute to the fabric of America's society, enriching our culture and economy. Furthermore, this resolution strongly condemns the People's Republic of China's aggressive action against the Philippine vessels in the South China Sea. This provocative maneuvers threaten the peace and stability of a region and violates international law. We stand in full support of the Philippines' sovereignty over the territorial waters and call on China to respect the rights of all nations in the South China Sea. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting House Resolution 837, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 837, which reaffirms the vital partnership between the United States and the Philippines. I want to thank Delegate Moylan and Representative Bobby Scott for bringing forward this important and timely resolution. The relationship between our two democracies is more than just a long-standing alliance. It is a cornerstone for stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Over the past year, Beijing has persistently and illegally bullied the Philippines in the South China Sea. The Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia have intensified their harassment of Philippine fishing vessels in contested waters, as well as within the Philippines' own exclusive economic zone. Chinese security forces have used water cannons, wielded axes and machetes, engaged in ramming and blocking maneuvers, and interfered with humanitarian supply missions of the Philippine Coast Guard. These actions are dangerous and unacceptable. Beijing's military coercion and provocation threaten the Philippines' sovereignty, as well as peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Philippine President Marcos has spoken passionately about the daily harassment faced by his nation's fishermen and Coast Guard faced at the hands of China's maritime militia, Coast Guard, and Navy. His message has been clear. The Philippines needs international support to uphold international law and safeguard its sovereignty. By passing this resolution today, we are offering that support. Amidst Beijing's flagrant and irresponsible actions, H.Res. 837 makes clear that the United States stands with the Philippines and reaffirms our commitment to defending the Philippines in the event of an armed attack against it. The resolution also upholds the importance of freedom of navigation and the rule of law on the seas, condemns the PRC's dangerous tactics, and rejects its unlawful maritime claims. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has strengthened our alliance with the Philippines. We have bolstered our interoperability with the Philippines Armed Forces through a vital expansion of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement to 4 new sites. The United States has also promoted partner collaboration with the Philippines, principally by hosting President Marcos in D.C. for the inaugural U.S.-Philippines-Japan Trilateral Summit and strengthening security coordination with Australia, Japan, and the Philippines. Congress also did its part by passing the critical national security supplemental earlier this year with funds for our partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific. Passing this resolution advances those efforts by reaffirming the alliance as well as our shared resolve to uphold peace, stability, and rule of law in the region. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this important measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Bobby Scott, the ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee and a strong supporter of the U.S. and Philippines bilateral relationship.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.J. Res. 837, which reaffirms the ties between the United States and the Philippines. This resolution highlights the important partnership between the two nations and makes it clear that we will firmly stand by our allies in the Indo-Pacific region. I'd also like to thank the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Molan, for both leading this resolution and for co-chairing the U.S.-Philippines Friendship Caucus with me. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to meet with the President of the Philippines, along with members of the Philippine House of Representatives, to discuss the important bilateral relationship between our two countries. These conversations between members of the United States Congress and elected officials in the Philippines solidify the bonds between our two nations and help identify areas of mutual interest and concern in the Indo-Pacific region. In these discussions, we emphasized our shared vision of keeping peace and freedom, particularly in the South China Sea, and we're putting these goals into action. Earlier this year, Congress passed the Indo-Pacific Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, recommending $500 million in foreign military financing to go to the Philippines. Following the passage of the amendment, Secretaries Blinken and Austin announced the $500 million military funding to help modernize the Philippine military and Coast Guard and boost security collaboration. This resolution reaffirms the United States' commitment to invoke the 1951 U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty if the Philippine assets are attacked in the South China Sea and welcomes the swift implementation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. I was pleased to see the Biden administration expand the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement to include 4 new military training sites. This will allow the United States and the Philippines to better address shared challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. So I look forward to continuing our work to strengthen the ties between our countries, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Representative Ed Case, a very strong supporter of our partners in the Pacific.
Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and aloha and mabuhay. I join my friends from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, and many colleagues in strong support of H.Res. 837, reaffirming our country's enduring ties with the great Republic of the Philippines. The strength of the U.S.-Philippines relationship endures on a foundation of shared heritage, history, and values. From Filipinos being the first documented Asian ethnic group in North America to the still growing population of Filipino Americans today numbering over 4.6 million, now the third largest group of Asian descent in our country, to our mutual vibrant democracies, and so much more. In my own Hawaii, I am the very proud representative for the congressional district with the highest number of Filipino Americans of any district in our country, some 204,000 today. We in Hawaii understand from our own century-plus experience how Hawaii and our nation have greatly benefited from the significant contributions and accomplishments of our Filipino community. The U.S.-Philippines relationship has perhaps never been as strong as it is today, and it is These people-to-people ties that are a foundation behind the security partnership outlined in the 1951 U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty. It recognizes an attack in the Pacific on either of us would endanger the peace of both of us, and that we must act in concert to meet common dangers. This security relationship is critical today given continued aggression by the People's Republic of China in the South China Sea and elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific. This congressional reaffirmation comes on the heels of Secretary of Defense Austin's recent visit to Palawan, where he reaffirmed the ironclad U.S. commitment to the Philippines and reiterated that the U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty extends to both countries' armed forces, public vessels, and aircraft, including those of the Coast Guard, anywhere in the South China Sea. That is just one of many reasons why the reaffirmation of our relationship with the Philippines by this United States Congress, as well as this resolution does, is more important now than ever. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting our critical U.S.-Philippines relationship. Maraming salamat po and Dios te agnina.
The gentleman yields.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no speakers. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The U.S.-Philippines alliance is imperative to both our and the Indo-Pacific region's security. Today, the Philippines is on the front lines in Beijing's attempts to flout international law and to upend the status quo in the South China Sea. As Philippine vessels face threat and intimidation from Beijing, we must work together to ensure that our friends are not alone and that they do not waver. By passing H-Res 837, we can send a clear message. The United States stands with the Philippines against Beijing's coercion and intimidation as we work to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H-Res 837. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Representative Scott for leading this resolution with me and my good friend Mr. Case for his testimony. This resolution sends a clear message. The United States stands firmly with the people of the Philippines and reaffirms our unwavering commitment to invoke a mutual defense treaty with the Philippines in accordance with the constitutional process. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 837, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 837 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1328.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1328. Resolution recognizing the actions of the Rapid Support Forces and allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan against non-Arab ethnic communities as acts of genocide.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 1328 to recognize the actions of the Rapid Support Forces and allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan against non-Arabic ethnic communities as acts of genocide. The war in Sudan has been raging since April 2023, and sadly, the civilians of Sudan have disproportionately paid the toll, with nearly 9 million people internally displaced. While both the Rapid Support Forces and Sudanese armed forces have committed atrocities during this conflict, the Rapid Support Forces are reverting to their old ways from 2003 and once again committing genocide in Darfur. Congress must act to declare this genocide as such and stress our support for Sudanese people and urge a swift end to the conflict. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 1328, which condemns atrocities in Sudan, including those that amount to genocide, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I support this resolution because it is imperative we turn the world's attention to the dire situation unfolding in Sudan. The scale of suffering there is nothing short of horrific. It is the world's largest humanitarian crisis. Yet the response from the international community has been alarmingly silent. Since April 2023, the conflict between the Rapid Support Forces and the Sudanese Armed Forces has had devastating consequences. The violence has claimed up to 150,000 lives and forced more than 14 million people to flee their homes. According to reports from the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, more than half of Sudan's population now faces severe food insecurity, including some in Darfur who are experiencing famine. The humanitarian needs are escalating by the day, yet both the RSF and SAF have systematically obstructed humanitarian efforts. It is a moral outrage. This resolution takes a firm stand against the atrocities that have come to define this conflict, including war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. It also condemns acts of violence that may amount to genocide, especially against the Masalit people and other non-Arab ethnic communities in Darfur. The evidence of wide-ranging atrocities being committed in Sudan is overwhelming, and we cannot turn a blind eye. It is essential that we hold those responsible to account for such crimes. That is why we have called on the administration to take decisive action, urging a determination under the Global Magnitsky Act for gross violations of human rights by the RSF. Last December, Secretary Blinken rightfully acknowledged that ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and crimes against humanity are being committed in Sudan. The United States has taken steps to sanction those fueling this conflict, including new sanctions on an RSF commander just last week. However, more needs to be done, including by Congress, which is why my colleagues are working currently on additional legislative efforts to ensure smarter, sustained action to end this crisis. The resolution before us today urges our government to continue updating its assessment of the situation to ensure that the voices of the Sudanese people are not lost in the fog of war. It urges immediate steps to protect civilians who are subjected to sexual and gender-based violence, torture, and murder by warring parties. It is now time for other nations to step up too, whether through increased humanitarian aid, support for documenting these heinous crimes, or sanctions against those perpetrating this violence. Every effort counts. And those who are providing material support to the warring parties, like the UAE, Russia, and Iran, must immediately stop prolonging the conflict. Innocent civilians are dying every day. We cannot afford to let Sudan's cries for help go unanswered. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and, by doing so, to stand in solidarity with the people of Sudan. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan and the chair of the African Subcommittee, Mr. James.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of Africa's Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs, I have time and time again brought to the attention of the crises going on the African continent while the rest of the world looks the other way. Mr. Speaker, where is the press? Where are the celebrities? Silent. Today, Sudan is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, with close to 9 million people internally displaced. Over 800,000 people face catastrophic hunger. Sudanese civilians are scattered around the region as they flee escalating violence by warring parties, the RSF and the SAF. Diplomatic efforts have failed, and the war rages in Khartoum and in Darfur, where an abundance of evidence points to genocide being committed by RSF forces against the Masalit and likely against other non-Arab ethnic communities as well. In Darfur, the RSF has systematically targeted the Masalit ethnic group. From April to June 2023, up to 15,000 people were killed in a series of coordinated attacks. Survivors said they were targeted explicitly because they were Masalit, according to a report compiled by the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. The RSF have attacked, burned, destroyed homes, entire villages, IDP camps, and shelters that primarily hosted Masalit people. The governor of West Darfur was executed by the RSF shortly after he publicly decried ongoing genocide, calling for international intervention to protect the remaining population. My resolution will formally declare the atrocities committed by the RSF and their allied militia as acts of genocide. For far too long, the world has stood by as we watch repeat of history and as external actors, including the UAE, Russia, and Iran, fuel the slaughter of innocents and the rape of women and children without repercussion. In 2003, the government of Sudan and its proxy Janjaweed militia explicitly targeted the non-Arab Fur, Zagawa, and Masalit ethnic communities through mass killings, forced displacement, destruction of farms, horrific violence against women and girls, aerial bombings of civilians, and the blocking of humanitarian assistance. Today, the RSF continues, formed out of these elements of Janjaweed militia, and are using the exact same playbook. In 2004, it was Congress who took the lead to bring attention to these heinous acts. President George W. Bush's administration followed by declaring genocide in Darfur. And by September 24, 2004, we had executed. The Bush administration and Congress were clear-eyed in addressing the plight of the Sudanese people. Sadly, today, President Biden has failed the Sudanese people and has left another part of the world on fire for President Trump's new administration. For now, Congress will again take the lead. I urge my colleagues to support passage of H.Res. 1328, which passed out of committee on unanimous bipartisan basis. The evidence is clear. The RSF's actions are unequivocally amounting to genocide and must be declared as such. The press must do their duty to the world and report on this heinous genocide and crime against humanity, or they are failing in their mandate and cannot talk about defending freedom of speech if they do not defend the lives of people in Darfur. I call on all parties and their backers to bring an end to this devastating war, and we, for our part, in a bipartisan manner, will do everything we can to support the Sudanese people without delay. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from Guam reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no speakers.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
It is imperative that the U.S. take this firm stance against the crimes against humanity waged by the Rapid Support Forces, their allied militias, and the Sudanese armed forces. What is happening in Sudan right now, as I speak, is the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Famine, food insecurity, death, and destruction linger over millions of people. This resolution recounts only some of the significant documented evidence of the Sudanese people's plight, and while its passage is just one small step, it is a critical one. It sends a clear message: the world is watching, and we will not stand idle in the face of such suffering. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H.Res. 1328. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
The current administration has been derelict in their duty to act, failing to declare the Rapid Support Forces actions as genocide. Congress must stand on the right side of history and strongly support the end of the conflict. The Sudanese people cannot wait any longer. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative James, for introducing this resolution, which passed the Foreign Affairs Committee on a bipartisan, unanimous vote. I urge my colleagues to support House Resolution 1328, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Guam yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1328? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1449.
Does the gentleman intend to call up House Resolution 1449?
House Resolution 1449.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1449, resolution condemning the global rise of anti-Semitism and calling upon countries and international bodies to counter anti-Semitism.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, coordinated mobs roamed the streets of Amsterdam, attacking Israel's in town for a soccer match in a chilling, premeditated assault. Dozens of people were injured, and scores were running and hiding in fear. The anti-Semitic and anti-Israel attack and this latest terrifying development in a global spike in anti-Semitic, anti-Israel vitriol since October 7th. We have seen it here in the United States on our college campuses, at local synagogues, even a few miles from us in the nation's capital, where a kosher restaurant had had its windows smashed early this month. The European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights documented a 400% increase in anti-Semitic activity since Hamas' October 7, 2023 assault on Israel. The European Union also found that 96% of Jews encountered anti-Semitism in their daily lives. Countering anti-Semitism needs to be top priority at home and abroad, and we need to be honest with ourselves and recognize that it is happening and that our solutions so far have been insufficient to stop this rising tide of hate. And we need to work with our partners to respond quickly and effectively to protect Jewish people in our countries and communities from violence. This is why we are considering Representative Manning and Representative Smith's bipartisan resolution condemning the global rise of anti-Semitism and calling upon countries to counter anti-Semitism. For decades, when we talked about the holistic Holocaust, the world said never again. The events of last week's Amsterdam and around the globe and last year proved that we have failed Jews around the world. We failed to recognize the potency of this hate, and we have failed to keep them safe. This resolution is our demonstration of our intent to remedy this problem and to live up to our promise. I urge my colleagues to continue to support House Res 1449, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise in strong support of H.Res. 1449, a bipartisan House resolution I introduced with my dear friend, Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, supporting global efforts to counter anti-Semitism. It has been an honor to serve alongside Representative Smith as a co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism. I want to thank House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Greg Meeks for their leadership and support in advancing this important measure through committee and to the House floor. Mr. Speaker, we know that anti-Semitism is on the rise around the world. We know what a threat this is, not just to the Jewish community, but also to democracies around the world and to the very fabric of our own society. Today, not even 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz, anti-Semitism has grown, taken on new forms, and spread to more parts of the world. And as we have seen since the Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, 2023, the single deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, anti-Semitism around the world has skyrocketed. That explosion of anti-Semitism started on October 8th, long before the IDF went into Gaza. In fact, it started while Hamas terrorists were still in Israel, attacking innocent civilians. And we saw shocking anti-Semitism rear its ugly head in Amsterdam earlier this month, where a violent mob planned a coordinated attack on Jews who attended a soccer match with an Israeli soccer team. It is deeply chilling that this attack happened around the 86th anniversary of Kristallnacht, and as the specter of violence against Jews in Europe rises again. It is equally chilling that the perpetrators of those violence live streamed their atrocities. Here in the United States, FBI data shows that anti-Jewish hate crimes increased in 2023 by nearly 63% from 2022, totaling the highest number recorded in almost 3 decades. We are talking about violence, destruction, and the murder of Jews in this country simply because they are Jews. Jewish Americans make up only 2% of the U.S. population, yet anti-Semitic hate crimes account for more than 15% of all hate crimes reported by the FBI and 2/3 of all religious-based hate crimes. But even though we face a significant global challenge, we must not despair. We must take action. We must continue to make progress in the fight against anti-Semitism through resolutions like this one. In 2004, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, acknowledged that anti-Semitism assumed new forms and posed a new threat to security and stability in the region. In 2016, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance built international consensus around a valuable working definition of anti-Semitism. In recent years, many countries around the world have appointed special envoys or coordinators or advanced national strategies to deal with the rise of hate against Jews. In 2021, Congress passed and President Trump signed into law bipartisan, bicameral legislation to elevate the position of U.S. Special Envoy to the rank of ambassador. And in 2023, the Biden administration issued the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. This July in Buenos Aires, Argentina, Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt unveiled the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism, a new landmark international framework for acting against anti-Semitism, which countries around the world can sign onto and embrace. I want to condemn my good friend, Ambassador Lipstadt, and her team at the State Department for their excellent work on these guidelines. We now have a multilateral international framework that can provide guidance to other governments and to our own embassies about our shared obligation and responsibility to counter anti-Semitism. This includes clearly and unequivocally condemning anti-Semitism, providing physical protection and security for Jewish communities, enforcing hate crimes laws, and educating future generations about the Holocaust and the long history of conspiracy theories and hate targeting Jews. I'm pleased that more than 40 countries and international bodies have already endorsed these guidelines, and we are working hard to make sure that more countries in different regions join them in the coming months. House Resolution 1449 condemns the rise of anti-Semitism in many countries around the world, expresses our support for the global guidelines and other international efforts to counter anti-Semitism, and it calls on more countries around the world to endorse and embrace these guidelines. I want to thank our colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support. What we are doing today is just a start, but we must do more. I deeply appreciate the leadership on both sides of the aisle and the commitment to this issue. Before coming to Congress, I was fortunate to be involved in efforts to protect Jewish communities around the world for decades. Working together to make real progress in this fight and on an issue where we can find agreement has been a real highlight of my career and my time in Congress. Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism is wrong, it is dangerous, it deserves to be condemned, countered, and eradicated by all governments around the world. That is the purpose of our bipartisan resolution. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan measure, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey and the chair of the Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations Subcommittee, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I thank my good friend for yielding. I want to thank Michael McCall, our chairman, for very quickly bringing this important resolution to the floor, along with the great support of Gregory Meeks, the ranking member. And I especially want to thank Kathy Manning for authoring this extraordinarily timely resolution condemning the despicable rise of anti-Semitism around the world and calling on our international organizations and countries to embrace the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism. Kathy, you've done a wonderful job. It's been a privilege to serve with you as co-chair of the Combating Anti-Semitism Caucus, and this resolution just says it all, and I want to thank you for doing it and doing it so well. I also want to just say a few points. One, the spiritual cancer of anti-Semitism is metastasizing not only in our own country, but in many countries as well, at a rate that is both shocking and sickening. The evidence of it are everywhere, including at our college campuses and university campuses. It's just not Harvard and NYU. In my own state university, Rutgers, I was there when people were camping out, and I was accosted verbally by some people, and the hatred was just pouring out of their lips and out of their eyes. The hatred for Jews is unconscionable. Of course, one of the most recent horrors, as you've pointed out, was the Amsterdam pogrom earlier this month, a horrific mob assault on the Israeli soccer fans. It was repulsive on at least two levels. First, the brutal evil of the attackers themselves, but also the so-called respectable opinion makers who just said, oh, they shifted the blame. This is all about anti-immigration sentiment or prejudice, and even Israel. You know, Natan Sharansky, one of the greatest human rights individuals who has ever lived, I had him at 2 hearings. I tried to visit him and actually was in Perm Camp 35 in the 1980s, where the Soviet Union had housed him. Frank Wolf and I went there. When he got out, he came and testified, and he said, you know, If you don't chronicle the hatred, and that's included in these global guidelines, you can't combat it. And it must be defined very clearly, especially by law enforcement, so it's not just brushed off as hooliganism or other kinds of things. You need to define it and to do so with specificity. He also talked about the 3 Ds that we are seeing manifesting vis-a-vis Israel every day of the week, and that is delegitimization, double standard, and demonization, double standard, and delegitimization, those 3 Ds. He talked about that and said that is a cover for anti-Semitism. Disagree with the Knesset all you want, or with Netanyahu, but once you lower yourselves into those 3s, we see it at the UN every day. I chaired 4 hearings this Congress alone, more than 3 dozen over the years, on combating anti-Semitism, about how the UN is rife, including the UN Human Rights Council, with anti-Semitism. It's just unbelievable how bad it is. UNRWA, as you know, Kathy, UNRWA is filled to overflowing with Hamas sympathizers and Hamas activists who teach children each day of the week to hate Jews and to kill. Just read the Hamas charter. It says if you see a Jew behind a rock, kill him or her. And that is what is being funded by the U.S. government, and funded, not right this minute, but it has been in the recent past, and we should never do it again. Let me also say that the guidelines, and I encourage every member to read them. They're very simple. They parallel the OSCE conference that was held in 2002, and then the Berlin conference in 2004. Well, the idea of the conference came out of a hearing I chaired in 2002. I recommended it, and the OSCE took it up. The Bush administration took it up, and that conference had the Berlin Declaration in 2004. Rabbi Baker from the AJC did a masterful job, and a few others, but especially him, in wordsmithing a tremendous action plan. And of course, these global guidelines certainly parallel that. So this, and you mentioned, and certainly the special Ambassador Lipstadt, just for the record, I authored that legislation. We got it passed here in a bipartisan way, and it took months, years, for the U.S. Senate to take it up. They finally did, and the Ambassador at Large, the Special Envoy, Ambassador Lipstadt, is doing a magnificent job. Silence is not an option. We know it. In the fight against anti-Semitism, we need government at all levels to denounce, chronicle, and prosecute where these thoughts matriculate into evil deeds. We know that if you just stand by idly, you enable it. You need to call it out. This resolution, very, very fine resolution that it is, and I thank you, Kathy, for authoring it, calls out this anti-Semitism and says stop it. And
gentleman's time has expired.
Back.
Gentleman from Guam reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no speakers. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no speakers.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Once again, I'd like to thank my dear friend and colleague, Representative Chris Smith, for not just his work, but his passion on this critically important issue, and his work for many, many years to combat anti-Semitism, and I greatly value our friendship. Mr. Speaker, throughout history, the persecution, expulsion, torture, and murder of Jews has not just destroyed Jews and their vibrant communities. It has brought decay and destruction to the countries that have committed those atrocities. Sadly, we are seeing that happen today, even as we see Jews being blamed for their own destruction by their evil perpetrators. We must learn from history. Mr. Speaker, this resolution condemns the frightening rise of anti-Semitism we are seeing today across the world in civilized communities. This resolution calls on countries around the globe to take specific actions to combat anti-Semitism by endorsing and embracing the landmark global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism. Throughout history, as Jews were persecuted and tormented and expelled and murdered, those acts were perpetrated, fomented, and allowed by governments. Today, we have a different scenario because here in the United States, our government is standing firm against anti-Semitism and is joining in the fight to combat anti-Semitism. With these guidelines, we ask countries around the globe, we ask their governments to join us in combating this horrific rise of anti-Semitism. Once again, let me thank my Republican co-sponsor, Chris Smith, for his leadership, for his bipartisan cooperation, and let me thank all of the leadership and my colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as the leadership in Congress for bringing this resolution so swiftly to the House floor for a vote. Now, more than ever, the United States and countries around the world must stand strong and must stand together in the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred. I urge my colleagues to stand up and stand with me in supporting HRES 1449, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my colleagues, Ms. Manning and Mr. Smith, for this important, timely, and bipartisan resolution. It is critically important that we speak with one voice in countering anti-Semitism. We have been fighting against this hatred for centuries. We can only make progress if we work together. I urge my colleagues to support HRES 1449, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1449? Those in favor say aye.
Mr.
For what
Speaker,
purpose?
I ask the yeas and nays.
Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker,
For what
I ask the
purpose
yeas
does
and
the
nays.
gentlewoman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 915.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 915, resolution urging the government of Ukraine to review and modify its decision to suspend adoption by foreign nationals with a view to resuming such adoptions, particularly in cases where the mutual concerns of the governments of Ukraine and of the United States can be substantially addressed.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on February 24, 2022, Russia launched a brutal, unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In the almost 3 years since the dark day, Ukraine has suffered countless atrocities committed by Vladimir Putin's forces. Russian forces are responsible for murdering more than 12,000 civilians, with millions more displaced. However, Putin's war of aggressions has impacted one demographic group the most: Ukraine's children. Since the beginning of the war, over 500 children have been murdered by Russian forces, and over 19,000 Ukrainian children have been forcibly abducted into Russia. According to the National Social Service of Ukraine, over 1,800 Ukrainian children have been orphaned. These children belong to loving, caring families that were ripped apart by Putin's war of aggression. They have been brutalized and traumatized by almost 1,000 days of the most horrific conflict that Europe has seen in decades. These children deserve a loving home and a second chance at a happy life. Thankfully, there are many families in the United States who wish to welcome these children with open arms. On March 13, 2022, the government of Ukraine temporarily suspended adoption proceedings and protocols for the placement or adoption of its children with foreign nationals. This decision was made in the best interest of the children as Ukraine's government struggled to conduct official business under the shock of early days of the invasion. However, since then, the government has substantially restored its ability to conduct official business. This resolution urges the government of Ukraine to review and modify its decision to suspend adoptions and pre-adoption placements of Ukrainian children by U.S. citizens. Recently, Ukrainian government confirmed that they will process inter-country adoptions in limited circumstances and for persons who have already received an official referral from National Social Services. While this is a very positive step, more can be done to work with the government of Ukraine to speed up adoptions. These children deserve a second chance at life. American families stand ready with open arms to provide a healthy, safe, and stable environment for these children. I urge all my colleagues to support this important resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of HRES 915, urging the government of Ukraine to review and modify its decision to suspend adoption by foreign nationals with a view to resuming such adoptions, particularly in cases where the mutual concerns of the governments of Ukraine and the United States can be substantially addressed, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
In the beginning of this Congress, my colleague from Texas and chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman McCall, held a number of hearings that underlined the evil actions and aims of Russia's war against Ukraine. We looked at oversight issues, questions regarding strategic goals, and other aspects of U.S. support for Ukraine. All of that committee work was designed to shore up support for the freedom of Ukrainians ahead of difficult decisions and difficult votes about United States support for Ukraine's sovereignty and its ability to defend itself against wanton, unjustified Russian assaults. One of the fundamental reasons to support Ukraine in this war boils down to truth and justice. Whether we will decry the depravity of Putin's actions in Ukraine or whether we will look away. And no other issue brings better into focus than this forcible transfer and deportation of Ukraine's children to camps promoting indoctrination. These are brutal war crimes, plain and simple. We were able to meet some of these children who were able to escape Russia at a committee hearing, and it was heartbreaking. Due to Russia's renewed war of aggression, Ukraine limited inter-country adoptions, including Americans seeking to adopt Ukrainian children. On June 1st, 2023, the government of Ukraine suspended its suspension of adoptions by allowing relatives of orphaned children to adopt. Ukraine is also processing inter-country adoptions for persons who have already received an official referral from its National Social Service to adopt. We must recognize the positive steps that Ukraine has taken to permit inter-country adoptions while promoting the welfare and safety of Ukrainian orphans. I commend the Ukrainian government and Department of State for working to address concerns, including by allowing American families the opportunity to adopt Ukrainian children and provide them a second chance at a life free of the miseries of war. Furthermore, in March 2024, the United States, under President Biden's leadership, was proud to join the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. The goal is to ensure the safe return of all Ukrainian children who have been unlawfully deported or forcibly transferred by Russia to Russia, and to promote accountability for those responsible. Unfortunately, this Russian war has left Ukraine wounded, its families destroyed, its children orphaned. HRES 915 paves the way for a path forward, empowering the Department of State to continue its diplomatic engagements with the Ukrainian Ministry of Social Policy, the National Social Service of Ukraine, and the Ukrainian Embassy in Washington to help provide these children with families to help raise them. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, in supporting freedom and democracy for Ukraine, its people, and its children. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey and the chair of the Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organization Subcommittee, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when Russia launched its brutal invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022, Matt and Deidre Gordon of New Jersey were in the final stage of adopting Bogdan and Galina, an orphan brother and sister from Ukraine. The Gordons had been vetted and approved as adoptive parents by both the United States and Ukrainian governments. They had a strong bond and relationship. They had a deep love and have a deep love for those two children and had spent precious time with them at their home in New Jersey, including regular contact and 2 long homestays totaling 5 months. In March of 2022, however, during the first weeks of the Russian invasion, the Gordons had an appointment in Kyiv to be officially matched with the kids. It was at that point, however, that the Ukrainian government temporarily suspended inter-country adoptions. Arguably, the government of Ukraine had reasons to suspend some adoptions because of the fog of war and the difficulty in doing the requisite due diligence to safely and effectively process new adoption requests. But the Gordon case wasn't new. Matt and Deidre and many other Americans, hundreds of Americans, were nearing the end of the process when it all grounded to a halt, leaving, in this case, these 2 children and hundreds of other children stranded. Because of their deep love for their children, the Gordons have continued to visit Bogdan and Galina, who are in an institutional setting in Poland. Let me just say, I did contact wrote letters to Zelensky, and I'll put this one that goes back to July, asking for a remedy here and to resolve this. We didn't even get an answer. There are hundreds of other children and U.S. families in the same or similar situation as I've indicated, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support HRES 915, which respectfully urges the government of Ukraine to review and modify its decision to suspend adoption by foreign nationals for adoptive parents like the Gordons and their children. Mr. Speaker, the resolution makes specific recommendations, which I will put in the record, including there are cases in which adoptive U.S. parents have already completed, as I mentioned, the requirements under the Ukrainian domestic law and for the adoption of Ukrainian children, and in which the adoptability of these children has already been confirmed, and also which the adoptive U.S. parents have already had their dossiers vetted and approved by the Ukrainian government. Please don't delay any longer. Those kids want a loving home, and there is one awaiting them as we speak. Second, there are also cases in which Ukrainian children have already participated in hosting programs facilitated by the government of Ukraine and placed with individuals within the U.S. before suspension of adoption by foreign nationals. Let me just say to my colleagues, this is, those kids have suffered much, certainly being in that kind of isolation, and, orphanages are there, but it is so much better to be in a loving home, and we've got a remedy sitting right at our fingertips, and I'm calling on the government and President Zelensky especially to do so. Let me also say, the Ukrainian government resumed domestic adoptions, and they did that in June of 2022. So there is an apparatus, there's a capability, a capacity that can do this job. So I want to thank Matt and Deidre Gordon from New Jersey for bringing the needs of these Ukrainian children to my attention and for the extraordinary leadership and compassion of former State Senator Ray Lesniak for first suggesting that the House pass this resolution. Thank you so very much, Ray. Also, really special thanks to my good friend and colleague, Donald Norcross, who helped us craft this resolution, has been there every step of the way as the lead Democrat co-sponsor. Thank you so very much, Donald, for your leadership on this important issue. And I also want to thank Mark Milosh, the Republican staff director of the Lantos Commission. Previous to that, when I chaired the Helsinki Commission, he was my chief of staff there as well. He's very, very capable and really understands the European theater and the politics, and he helped us draft this as well, and Trent Bunker. This resolution deserves the full support of this body, and I urge it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Guam reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, my friend Representative Donald Norcross, the lead Democrat on this important resolution.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Rep. Manning, for yielding. I rise in support of House Resolution 915, but I rise today for the Ukrainian children, those without a family, and for the Americans who wish to give them one. It's been over 1,000 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine suspended adoptions for obvious reasons by foreign nationals to protect the safety of their children. But as this war continues, the need to place these children in loving homes only grows. And many Americans who were in the process of adopting some of those stories we just heard, these kids are stuck in limbo as the war rages on. In my home state, New Jersey, Andres and Farah McHat processed right in the middle of adopting 2 of these children. They formed strong bonds with these kids. They hosted them in their homes. And right before this was going to work its way through the bureaucracy, an invasion began and changed everything. A few weeks later, those children had to return to Ukraine because of what Putin did and when war arrived in their home cities. That's why I'm urging the Ukrainian government to resume the adoption by American citizens. There are no allies stronger than the U.S. Families across the U.S. stand ready, open arms to provide healthy, safe, and a stable environment for these children. I want to thank Ray Lesniak, who called me up to remind me we needed this pass. He is a wonderful friend that I served with in the New Jersey Senate. And Chris, for what you continue to do each and every day. The idea of these children being in limbo, lost their families, but there is light at the end of this rainbow, and that's the American families who want to call them part of theirs. And I urge all my colleagues to engage and vote for House Res 915, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
No further speakers. We are
For what
prepared.
purpose does... Gentleman from Guam.
I have no speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentlelady yields back her time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
We have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Mr. Speaker, this has been an unimaginable, agonizing time for the Ukrainian people and especially for the Ukrainian children who sadly have been pawns in this terrible war. And it's been agonizing for adopting parents like those we heard about today who have been waiting to give some of those children warm, loving homes. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is about doing what's right for Ukraine and for the children of Ukraine who have already endured such tragedy, such hardship. By working with Ukraine to reopen pathways for inter-country adoption, we are extending a lifeline to children who have been caught in the crossfire of an unjust war. Let's make sure that even in the darkest of times, we're creating pathways to brighter futures. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting HRES 915, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my colleagues, Mr. Smith and Mr. Necross, for introducing this important resolution. International adoption is a profound way to unite vulnerable children with families that are eager to open their hearts and homes. There are numerous families across the United States who want to be the light of Ukrainian children who have been surrounded by the darkness of Putin's war. We can offer hope to children who have been robbed of it. I urge my colleagues to support HRES 915, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 915? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise? Gentlemen seek the yeas and nays?
Yes, yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and publicly release records of the committee's review of the alleged violations of the House Code of Conduct and federal law by Representative Matthew Lewis Gates II of Florida. Whereas Matthew Lewis Gates II of Florida served in the House of Representatives from January 3, 2017 through November 13, 2024, whereas Clause 2 of Section 5 of Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States establishes that, quote, each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, unquote, and, quote, punish its members for disorderly behavior, unquote. Whereas Clause 3A2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides the Committee on Ethics the authority to investigate alleged violations by a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House of the Code of Conduct or of a rule or law, regulation, or other standard of conduct applicable to the conduct of such member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, employee, in the performance of the duties or the discharge of the responsibilities of such individual. Whereas on April 9, 2021, the Committee on Ethics initiated a review of allegations that Representative Gates may have engaged in sexual misconduct and/or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds to personal use and/or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity or permissible gift in violation of House rules, laws, or other standards of conduct in violation of federal law and the rules of the House. Whereas on June 18, 2024, the Committee on Ethics released a statement acknowledging the committee's continued review of allegations that Representative Gates may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct the government in its investigations of his conduct. Whereas if Representative Gates engaged in the alleged violations while serving as a member of this body, such conduct would affect the rights of the House of Representatives and the integrity of the legislative process. Resolved that the Committee on Ethics shall, 1, preserve all documents and investigative material related to any review of Matthew Lewis Gates II's conduct while serving as a member of the House of Representatives, and 2, make public the committee's report regarding the alleged violations of the House Code of Conduct or of a law, rule, regulation, or other standard of conduct by Matthew Lewis Gates II while serving as a member of the House of Representatives. This is important to the integrity of this body.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Tennessee will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 3012, H.R. 8368, and House Resolution 1449. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 2-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on a motion of the gentleman from Guam to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3012 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3012, a bill to reauthorize the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 335, the nays are 37. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8368 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8368, a bill to establish the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts in the Department of State and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 334, the nays are 63. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the motion of the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 1449, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1449, resolution condemning the global rise of anti-Semitism and calling upon the countries and international bodies to counter anti-Semitism.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 21, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended and the resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please direct your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1,
the House will suspend. Members, please direct your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution, directing the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to release to the public the committee's report on its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz. Whereas, on April 9, 2021, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives announced that it had begun to review allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds for personal use, and accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of the rules of the House, laws, or other standards of conduct. Whereas, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives has completed its review into the allegations pursuant to Committee Rules 14A3 and 18A that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct government investigations into his conduct. Whereas, on November 13, 2024, President-elect Donald Trump announced his nomination of former Representative Matt Gaetz to serve as Attorney General. Whereas, on November 13, 2024, Representative Matt Gaetz announced his resignation from Congress. Whereas, there is precedent for the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to release reports on former members of the House of Representatives should information in those reports remain relevant to the function of Congress. Whereas the decision by the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives not to release the report on its investigation into the serious allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz impedes the ability of the Senate to provide advice and consent on this nomination. And whereas a failure of the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to release its report on its investigation impedes the dignity and integrity of the legislative proceedings of the House. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives shall immediately release to the public of the committee's report on its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz, including any conclusions, recommendations, attachments, or accompanying material.
Under Rule A resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Illinois will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1585, resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on the Judiciary, Ms. Lee Carter of Texas.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask you for unanimous consent to remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 6887 and H.R. 6598.
The gentleman's request is granted.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the incredible work being done by Samaritan's Purse, run by Franklin Graham, and Mountain Ways, run by my friend Joe Baker, in response to the devastation caused by Hurricane Helene. When the storm left countless families without homes, power, or hope, these organizations stepped up immediately. They didn't wait for a list of instructions or wonder how they would get it done. They got to work delivering food, supplies, and hands-on assistance to those hit hardest. Samaritan's Purse and Mountain Ways embody the best of who we are as Americans: neighbor helping neighbor, faith in action, and compassion when it's needed most. Their efforts have been a lifeline for the victims of Helene, providing not just relief but dignity and hope. We need to take a hard look at how FEMA funds are distributed, using these funds as flow-throughs to organizations like Samaritan's Purse and Mountain Ways would get resources where they are needed faster and more efficiently. The truth is, these groups know the communities, they know the needs, they deliver the results because they live there. Mr. Speaker, when push comes to shove and people need help, it's organizations like these that come through and save the day, not the federal government. And I would ask everybody to remember these folks in their prayers this weekend, as apparently there's going to be some pretty bad snowstorms up there, and those people are just living in tents up there, Mr. Speaker, still waiting on aid from FEMA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor the brave firefighters and first responders who swiftly responded to and recently contained the Mountain Fire, a destructive and devastating wildfire that burned over 20,000 acres in the hillsides of Camarillo in my district in Ventura County, California. Ignited on the morning of November the 6th, the blaze, fueled by 80-mile-per-hour winds, quickly spread. While many homes were damaged and destroyed in this disaster, fortunately, no lives were lost thanks to the swift and strategic response of emergency personnel. I join a very grateful community in thanking the men and women of the Ventura County Fire Department, CAL FIRE, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, local law enforcement, and the unified command of 3,000 personnel on the ground who responded to this incident and protected the lives and livelihoods of so many. I remain deeply inspired by the heroism of our firefighters and first responders and our community's unwavering support for one another as we enter the recovery process and rebuild a stronger Ventura County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of famed Chatham County District Attorney Spencer Lawton, Jr. After graduating from the University of Georgia's Law School, Lawton worked in his family's firm and founded his own law firm before winning the 1980 election for Chatham County District Attorney. Lawton served as the Chatham County DA for over 28 years, where he modernized his management office, built an incredible team, and created Georgia's first victim witness assistance program. Lawton also helped to pass many pieces of legislation, including victim compensation and the Crime Victims Bill of Rights. The victim witness program Lawton created became a model for prosecutors across the nation. In addition to this incredible work, Lawton rose to fame for prosecuting Jim Williams and John Barrett's best-selling book, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Outside of his career, Lawton was deeply involved in community organizations, including the Mediation Center, Coastal Children's Advocacy Center, and the Savannah Music Festival. Our community will forever remember Lawton's service, and I send my deepest condolences to his family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of National Rural Health Month to bring attention to the pressing need and to expand access to comprehensive health care services throughout rural America. The rural communities in my own district of Virginia's 4th face some of the worst public health outcomes of all counties in Virginia. And over the past 2 years, I have consistently engaged with these rural communities to hear firsthand about the challenges they face, including hosting a rural health summit with counties in the southern part of my district. Throughout my conversations, I have heard similar challenges facing various rural communities, including the following: geographic constraints, long commutes and limited transportation, food deserts and a lack of access to healthy, nutritious, balanced foods, limited health care providers, insufficient access to culturally competent care, physician and health care provider shortages, and limited access to high-speed internet and devices for telehealth services. Each of these contributes to the healthcare challenges in our rural communities and exacerbate existing disparities. We must do more to support our rural communities, and I look forward to working with the Bipartisan Congressional Healthcare Caucus and members on both sides to do just that. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and present my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize hard-working apprentices and those who are training them in Idaho's 1st District. Apprenticeships are a pipeline to good quality, high-paying jobs. Here's one example. My district is home to Quanta Services Northwest Lyman College, which is training the next generation of skilled labor in the electric power, telecommunications, and natural gas industries. They trained 763 apprentices and pre-apprenticeship students last year at the campus in Meridian, Idaho, and 1 in 5 students is a veteran across their multiple training facilities. When disasters strike, linemen are on the front lines of the wreckage working to restore power to millions of homes, hospitals, and businesses. This workforce is critical to build an electric grid in a broadband network that will deliver affordable and resilient services to Americans. We must ensure that our workforce is ready to meet the nation's energy and broadband challenges of tomorrow. I am proud to represent a community that supports and values apprentice work. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I
ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to speak for so many of those unable to speak for themselves, our children. Today, we commemorate the 70th anniversary of World Children's Day. The need for this day is even more poignant given the global challenges children face around our world. As the daughter of a founding member of the Congressional Children's Caucus, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, I too am committed to protecting and uplifting children. I know that many of my colleagues believe in supporting our children, and I urge you to restore the child tax credit. If the child tax credit was restored today, in 2025, roughly 2.6 million fewer children would live below the poverty line. My mother believed deeply in protecting our children, and she worked vigorously to stop human trafficking and especially to protect our youngest vulnerable Americans. But while protecting the lives of our children is understood, we must also stand up for children everywhere. She also authored the Oleksandr Ivanov Act of 2023, H.R. 5800, so that the children of Ukraine could be safe and protected and have access to freedom. As we celebrate the 70th anniversary, we cannot forget the work that is still undone. There should be no child that goes to bed hungry, but unfortunately, hunger is responsible for the death of 3.1 million children a year. I ask that we join in commemorating this anniversary and rededicate our drive to support all children as well as our own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during a Veterans Service Officer Roundtable held in my district earlier this year, a constituent expressed concern about the difficulty he and his fellow veterans had traveling to access health care. So we took action and introduced the Rural Veterans Transportation to Care Act, which expands the Department of Veterans Affairs' Highly Rural Transportation Grant Program and helps veterans in remote areas travel to VA or VA-authorized healthcare facilities for their appointments. I urge Congress to pass this essential legislation. We must help our veterans, regardless of their zip code or crossroads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order.
With objection?
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is great to be back in Washington, D.C. this week as the House Republicans set the stage for the 119th Congress with a unified front to tackle the most pressing issues that the American people face. Americans from coast to coast are grappling with the consequences of the Biden and Harris administration, primarily high energy costs and crippling inflation, rising crime, burdensome regulations, and government overreach in schools and other institutions. House Republicans are working together as a conference to craft legislation that tackles inflation, implements pro-growth tax policies, cuts back on regulatory red tape, promotes family values, supports small businesses, secures our border, and strengthens our position on the world stage. And during this lame duck period, we are hard at work to advance other key important pieces of legislation, specific pieces. Like this week, we've put up on the floor Congresswoman Claudia Tenney's Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties Act, which protects American citizens who are wrongfully detained or held captive abroad from late penalties from the IRS and revokes the tax-exempt status of nonprofits that provide financial or material support to terrorist groups like Hamas. We cannot continue to focus. We have to listen to the American people when it comes to energy independence. That topic that we've spent the last 4 years trying to debate. I think the people have spoken, and House Republicans are listening, and they're advocating for policies that cut red tape and unleash our nation's energy potential. That's why we passed this week Congressman Russ Fulcher's, who was just in the chamber, his Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act, the CLEAN Act. Earlier this week, which requires the Interior Department to increase the frequency of geothermal lease sales from every 2 years to every year, hold a replacement sale if necessary, and create decision deadlines for geothermal drilling permit applications, therefore enhancing our geothermal energy output and domestic energy supply. If you say you want clean energy, if you say you want other alternatives, but you continue to withhold the permitting and hold hostage the permitting process, you truly do not want to create a solution. And we're done with this. Permitting reform is something that has to take place in our nation. We've done a little bit of it in a bipartisan way, but if we can't look at something like this and say this is the most common sense thing for geothermal potential to reduce the burden on permitting, then nobody's being actually serious back here. Let's get these things done. I'm grateful for my colleagues that are going to join us this evening to discuss this and many other measures that are pertinent to their districts, and I'm grateful for their commitment to delivering for the American people as we continue to look forward to next Congress. And with that, I will first yield to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, my distinguished colleague, Mr. Klein, for yield 5 minutes for the first remarks of the evening.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Utah for holding this special order this evening. You know, this week, House Republicans are taking a decisive stand to support our fellow Americans who are wrongfully held hostage abroad. The Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act will change the way the IRS treats American citizens who are held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. With over 40 Americans currently detained, it's simply unacceptable for them to return home only to face tax penalties imposed by their own government. Our current tax code provides just 1 year of relief before late fees begin to accumulate, and this is unacceptable. The IRS imposing late fees and penalties on hostages for missing tax returns highlights the agency's failure to help the American people. We must ensure these Americans can focus on reuniting with their families and not be burdened by financial penalties and bureaucratic red tape. Additionally, a crucial part of this legislation is that it sends a powerful message to those who finance terrorism, that we will revoke the tax-exempt status of U.S. nonprofits that support groups like Hamas. American taxpayers should never be forced to subsidize those who seek to undermine our safety and security. We must stand united for these Americans and make it clear our government will not tolerate any support for terrorism. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight for justice, and we will continue to fight to protect our citizens. I applaud the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, for sponsoring this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you to the gentleman. Appreciate his follow through and highlighting this key important lesson. There are, I think, 46 Americans that are wrongfully detained. They should not be going through these types of tax penalties. This is something that makes absolute sense. And appreciate my next colleague that will address the chamber. And I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. I thank the Vice Chairman. Mr. Speaker, for the last several weeks, I listened to countless concerns from literally hundreds of Tennesseans who I have the honor to represent here in Congress. I heard from families still struggling to make ends meet because of rampant inflation. They're paying more for housing, groceries, energy, and just about everything else you can think of because of Bidenomics. I listened to constituents who are worried about crime, fentanyl, and yes, the overrun U.S.-Mexico border. Small business owners expressed the heavy burden of government regulations. Parents told me the many ways government overreach in schools keeps them up at night. It's not hyperbole to say that the results of this election were an answered prayer for those Tennesseans and millions more across this country. Throughout the 118th Congress, House Republicans fulfilled our commitment to America. We passed bills to secure our borders, lower energy costs, curb federal regulations, and restore fiscal sanity to our government. But unlike what we've seen for the last 2 years, the bills we pass in the 119th Congress will no longer be dead on arrival in the do-nothing Senate. The next Congress will also have a commander-in-chief who values family, common sense, and strength on the world stage. We'll have a partner in the White House that's willing to roll back red tape rather than layer on more. And we'll have a president willing to sign legislation into law that will keep the American worker and their families working, safe, and prosperous. But we're not waiting for January to deliver results, Mr. Speaker. This week, House Republicans will bring 2 common-sense pieces of legislation to the floor. The first prohibits the IRS from charging penalties and late fees to Americans who happen to be late on filing their taxes due to being wrongfully detained abroad. American families of hostages held by Hamas terrorists shouldn't incur tax penalties. I proudly voted for this bill when it came up under suspension and plan to do so again. The second bill aims to support our national security and energy independence by streamlining the permitting process for geothermal energy development. It requires the Interior Department to increase the frequency of geothermal leases, sales to every year rather than every 2 years. It also calls on the department to hold a replacement sale if needed, and creates deadlines for geothermal drilling permit applicants. Geothermal energy is a clean, dependable, renewable energy source that supports my commitment to an all-of-the-above energy approach needed for the 21st century. After month of record-breaking price increases and illegal border crossings, the American people are anxious to see their country made great again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. We always appreciate his involvement. And for our next address from the great state of Georgia, Mr. Carter will address the floor for 5 minutes, and I yield that time to him.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, my district is suffering. Our nation is suffering, and Congress has the duty to alleviate it. This year, record-breaking storms have wreaked havoc on homes, businesses, families, farms, and more. Right now, the West Coast is battling a catastrophic bomb cyclone, dumping as much as a foot of rain on impacted communities. On the East Coast, this year's hurricane season was especially destructive. Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, Milton, and Beryl, just to name a few, brought destruction to the Southeast, the likes of which I have never seen in my more than 60 years living in the great state of Georgia. We aren't talking about temporary inconveniences. Communities, particularly ag communities, are experiencing generational damage. Our fellow Americans have lost loved ones and property at an alarming rate. Among those casualties is Blackshear Assistant Fire Chief Leon Davis from Pierce County, who was killed during Hurricane Helene while selflessly clearing debris in an attempt to keep his community members safe. My thoughts and prayers continue to be with the Davis family as they mourn this immense loss. There's nothing we can do to bring our loved ones back, but we can make life better for those who still are with us. We need disaster relief, and we need it yesterday. The number one responsibility of the federal government is to protect our citizens from foreign and domestic threats. It brings me no joy to say this, but we are failing in that mission. FEMA and SBA's disaster relief coffers are as empty as the hope many people feel about getting the aid they so desperately need. But we have a window of opportunity to change that, and I'm calling on my colleagues to work together and seize this opportunity. The White House has submitted a roughly $100 billion request to help our nation recover from natural disasters. This request is a step in the right direction. Georgia alone, according to Governor Brian Kemp, needs $12.12 billion just for Hurricane Helene damage recovery. That's just one state and just one storm. I don't say this often, not often at all, but I echo President Biden's call to quickly pass a supplemental funding package with no delay. We must work together in a bipartisan and a bicameral manner to get the American people the help they deserve. Disaster relief is not a red issue. It's not a blue issue. It is a red, white, and blue issue. We have a responsibility to help our communities recover, and there's no excuse for us to delay any further. We also must ensure that our timber farmers are able to deduct the value of their lost crop, which is why I'm pushing for my bill, the Disaster Reforestation Act, to be included as part of this package. I'm ready to work with my Republican and Democrat colleagues to get this disaster supplemental across the finish line. Anything less than this, Mr. Speaker, will be a dereliction of our duty. Our people need help, and they need it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Georgia. The devastation is not stuff Utah has potential of some disasters, but nothing like we've seen, and our heart goes out to you. I now will yield time he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, Mr. Moore. And I would echo, too, following Buddy Carter, we did an outing over the weekend down in the area along the Georgia and Florida area. And as a Californian, we have our own disasters typically, but it is very devastating. We talked to a lot of the farmers and ranchers and timber people there, and immediate help is needed for that. They will be gone if something isn't done. They'll be out of business, and the next generations won't have that option, and we'll miss that giant hole in the economy for that area and that chain of food supply as well as the lumber. So something must be done immediately in whatever package that comes out of here. I did want to speak about energy and energy policy a little bit. We have suffered as a nation these last 3.5 years because we haven't really had a coherent energy policy. And a lot of things go hand in hand with a strong economy, with energy and some of the byproducts it takes to put into it. You know, we have to have the wherewithal with our natural resources to produce energy and the inputs that are required in the equipment. And so that means mining, that means hydroelectric power. So we have to be able to build water storage to make electricity. So when people right now are suffering from inflation, and it keeps ramping up, two of the main drivers we've seen from this streak of inflation the last 3+ years have been driven by the cost of energy and profligate spending by this government, above and beyond what we should have been doing. I know we had to go through that COVID period and it was tough, but the spending within that, but also on top of that with the so-called infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, they call it, and other angles, it's just pathetic. It hasn't been focused. Truly infrastructure we need is water storage. True infrastructure we need is enhancing our transportation at whether it's our ports, our highways, trains, what have you. Instead, we get more mandates. As a Californian, the mandates that come down the pike from CARB, as it's known, the California Resources Board, and then emulated by about 6 other states, and even EPA looking at how California does it, trying to foist that on the whole country to force requirements for example, locomotives that don't even exist yet, the equivalent of what would be called Tier 5, as we haven't even really perfected the Tier 4 locomotive yet, as far as cleanliness. And the diesel engines we produce these days are so much cleaner than anything just 20 years ago or much longer than that. If we just allowed trucks and trains to be replaced by attrition over time with the clean technology we have, we would see dramatic gains. But the regulators, if you've achieved 99% in cleanliness from, say, 19 50 or 60 to now, that last 1% is the one that's acutely hard to achieve and hyper expensive to get that last 1%. But the regulators are hell-bent all the time on trying to get that last 1%. Why can't we move towards having everything hit that first level at 99 of whether it's clean engines or what have you on that, and achieve that goal and see where we are, you know, because the more we export our industry, the more we export agriculture to other countries, they do it much, much dirtier, if you want to put it that way, than us. Coal, for example, used to be a cornerstone of our energy grid in this country, and it's dissipating. Yet China builds more coal plants every month, coal power plants, and they don't really care about environmental stuff like we do. We're looking for reasonable environmental regulations, and sometimes it goes too far. They don't care. Remember when they had the Olympics? They shut down the country for about 2 or 3 weeks beforehand so the air would clean up enough and it'd look good on TV and the athletes wouldn't choke to death. But then right back business as usual afterwards. So a coherent energy policy means, yes, we need to be extracting oil and gas from the lands we have, whether private or federal, and it can be done ecologically soundly. We don't have to be scared to death. You know, the ANWR, the National Wildlife Refuge in Alaska, is the size of South Carolina, okay? It's massive. And the area where they want to do the extraction is a tiny postage stamp size of that, compared to that. Yet, oh my gosh, we're going to ruin the whole thing, so it's disingenuous. Energy policy will help bring things back in line cost-wise, coupled with restraint on government spending. That's how we can solve a whole bunch of the inflation problem for regular Americans who are struggling. So look to a better energy policy, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's not tearing out our hydroelectric power, as there's aspirations to tear out dams all the time these days. Building more nuclear power plants, small modular reactors is really going to be a way to go. And guess what? With hydro plants, no CO2. With nuclear plants, no CO2. If you're worried about CO2, those are good ways to not have it. Instead, we want to cover up, like, for example, the San Joaquin Valley in California, where they're taking away so much of the water, and the land values are dissipating rapidly, and cover them up with what they're calling solar farms. Acres and acres and acres of these plastic panels out there that'll have maybe a 20-year, 25-year life at best. Maybe we should call it a half-life, like nuclear. And then you got to dispose of all that. And you've displaced agriculture. You've displaced the best breadbasket of this country by doing so, by having a non-coherent energy policy, but whatever feels good. So with that, if we want to solve these problems for American consumers, middle income and lower income American families, these are what we need to attack. So with that, I appreciate the time. I yield back to Mr. Moore.
As always, appreciate the gentleman from California and his thoughtful but yet frustratingly common voice on energy policy. Thank my colleagues for being here tonight, taking the time to speak on some of these priorities that House Republicans are focused on as we look forward to the 119th Congress, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, House Republicans are pushing legislation to reform our U.S. tax code to protect American hostages abroad and support our domestic energy industry. Currently, there are approximately 46 Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad. And our tax code does not provide any relief beyond 1 year for detainees. The Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act works to support Americans by preventing the IRS from charging late fees and penalties to U.S. citizens wrongfully detained abroad. This bill also revokes the tax-exempt status of U.S. nonprofit organizations that provide financial or material support to terrorist groups like Hamas. This is the most common sense legislation that we're going to see in the lame duck period, and I'm hopeful to see this through the legislative process entirely as it passes the House. Americans should not be penalized for being held hostage by adversaries abroad. And this bill is a necessary step toward ensuring detainees and hostages are able to focus on safely returning home and reuniting with their families. This week, House Republicans successfully passed the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act to require the Interior Department to increase the frequency of geothermal leases, the lease sales from every 2 years to every year. It also includes holding a replacement sale if necessary and create decision deadlines for geothermal drilling permit applications. This bill emphasizes a robust energy policy that unleashes our nation's energy potential, reduces reliance on foreign energy sources, and cuts back against onerous red tape that slows down the energy production. House Republicans know that we have a lot of work to do, and we are committed to using our constituents' voices as our guide as we reverse the Biden-Harris administration's failed policies and then protect American citizens, restore American energy independence, and lower energy costs for Americans and workers and families. Thank you very much, Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLucio, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise or extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The American people are sick and tired of powerful corporations ripping us off. Junk fees, small businesses struggling, union busting, price gouging, bad trade deals, all of it. I'm convening this special hour today because I'm committed to fighting back. Here because we need to revive and restore and strengthen the American dream for all who are willing to work for it. I know my constituents are. I know the American people want more from this body. In the depths of the Great Depression, Franklin Roosevelt confronted these same forces in a different time head on, saying, and I quote, "These economic royalists complain that we seek," this is President Roosevelt, "to overthrow the institutions of America. What they really complain of is that we seek to take away their power." Absolutely. There's no freedom if families are struggling to meet basic needs. There's no liberty if we're ruled by oligarchs. No one's going to say that profits don't matter. They do, but something else has to matter too. Our safety has to matter. Our jobs have to matter. Our communities have to matter. This country has to matter. For those things to matter, we have to break this corporate stranglehold on our economy and our country. The American economy works just great if you're a billionaire, if you're a giant corporation, but too often our system fails hardworking people. We need an economy and a government reward hard work, not just extreme wealth. Where I come from, where I grew up, that's something we value. I represent the good people of the 17th District of Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania. We believe in hard work. We believe in patriotism. We believe in sacrifice. We're the folks who made the steel that built this country. We've answered the call in every war. We've done hard work like so many across this country have done. But we saw a story that rewarded that sacrifice with trying to strip us for parts, shipping good jobs away overseas, gobbling up small businesses, squeezing them, seeing big, powerful corporations put their lust for profit ahead of our safety. We have to stand strong against those forces, a lot of them created by corporate power that are making life worse for people. It's making life more expensive and too expensive. If American capitalism is going to succeed, we've got to have competition. We've got to take on anti-competitive monopolies, give small businesses, entrepreneurs a shot to succeed and compete, make sure that our safety and our communities aren't collateral damage in the way of profits, and make sure that workers have some say and dignity on the job, the freedom to form and join a union. The American dream has been snatched away from far too many Americans who are hardworking, who are good and decent people, who want to have a shot at dignity, security. It's a devastating reality for folks to live with. It's unacceptable to me. I know it's unacceptable to many in this chamber. And some folks are angry about it. They're sad. They should be. They should expect more of this body, and they should expect more of their government. So I think we need to lay a path back to the American dream. I'm honored to be joined by so many colleagues tonight who will join me in this fight to restore and strengthen the American dream with a strong economic message of taking on corporate power, local action, being unafraid to fight the bad guys when we need to. We can deliver for the American people to bring down costs, to reward hard work, to make life better and cheaper. We can make sure the American dream is revived and strong for generations to come. So I'm proud to yield time to one of my colleagues just next door in the great state of Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. DeLuzio, for hosting tonight. It is crystal clear that people are frustrated. They're frustrated with politics. They're frustrated with the economy. and they want costs down, and an economy that is built for working people, the middle class, our small businesses. And I think it's really important for us to have this conversation and to start with the reality. And the reality is that the system is rigged, and it's been rigged for decades. It works for the super wealthy, while everyone else is left behind facing higher prices and a tax system that helps the rich get richer. So this started in the 80s with huge tax giveaways to the wealthy while gutting oversight and regulations. The result is that the system is producing the outcomes it was designed to produce. The top 1% in the United States now holds 12 times the wealth of the bottom half of American households. That's what this system produced. Think about that. 1% of Americans own more wealth than half of all American families combined. So when people look at their bank accounts and they're frustrated and they get their grocery bill and they get their tax bill and they're wondering where all their money went, they know. I mean, they know. They see on their phones and on the news how rich the rich have gotten. That's where their money has gone. The super wealthy and powerful have seized more and more of our money and more of our power. Let me say that again. The super wealthy and powerful has seized more and more of our money and more of our power. Since the pandemic, billionaires have become $3 trillion richer. Their wealth has grown 3 times faster than inflation. Corporate profits have gone up 54%, wages only 26%. Now, what's Congress's solution? The 2017 Trump tax bill was a massive handout to corporations and billionaires. The majority of the benefits went almost entirely to the top 1%, and it added $2 trillion to the national debt. And here in these halls, folks want to do it again. Members of Congress who have continually bent the knee to billionaires and their corporate PAC donors, they're now going to take their money, follow their orders, give them the tax giveaways they want, gut regulation, allow for more corporate consolidation, which means that consumers lose more and more power in the marketplace, pay more and more for goods and services. I don't accept corporate PAC money because I know that folks expect us to be with them, not the super wealthy. Now, most politicians, unfortunately, do take corporate PAC money, and I believe it is one of the reasons why there is so much pushback to, say, Medicare negotiating lower prescription drug prices, or attempts to privatize Medicare, or any effort to pursue common sense gun reform. Think about how much the gun manufacturers make, billions and billions of dollars. Now, many of them are all in on spending trillions on the super wealthy through tax reform because it helps their own interests. It's not what people want. People are struggling and they want change. They're tired of the status quo. They're saying that over and over. But for decades, that's what they've been given. We've appeased billionaires and big corporations while leaving working people, the middle class, and small businesses behind. So, in the next Congress, we have an opportunity to pass a new tax bill. What if 100% of all tax reform benefits went to working people, the middle class, and small businesses? The last time Congress passed a big tax bill, almost 90% went to the top 1%. What if 100% of any tax cuts went to working people, the middle class, and small business? 100%. And it should be paid for by making the super wealthy just pay all their taxes just like the rest of us. Big corporations and the super wealthy don't need our tax cuts. The middle class, small businesses and working people, they need them. By giving people enough money to support their families, pay their groceries, and contribute to our economy, we're all better off. Everyone at the top should pay all of their taxes so every American can pay all their bills. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Ohio, and he's right. We have to confront this corporate power. We've got to build an economy and a government that rewards hard work, not just obscene wealth. And you talk about the way we all feel that squeeze. We feel that power hurting us. We all hear from our constituents about the cost of groceries, the cost of food. You don't have a choice to not feed your family. And we're feeling it and we're hearing about it constantly, of that pressure folks are under to make ends meet, to put food on the table. People's paychecks aren't going as far in the grocery store, the checkout line. It hurts budgets, it hurts families. They're asking, who is responsible? Why is this happening? And no doubt, a few years back, food and grocery supply chains were affected by the pandemic. But a Federal Trade Commission report made clear that disruptions from the pandemic disproportionately impacted small firms because larger companies tried successfully to protect their power, their market share. There's very little competition across much of the grocery sector. It's not marked by heavy competition. The 4 biggest grocery retailers account for nearly 70% of sales across the country. And among food suppliers, 4 firms control more than 60% of sales in most grocery categories. That's not terribly competitive. Without real competition, large grocers and retailers, they've got power to, guess what, set prices that we all pay for. We've seen price gouging by these corporations well above the level of inflation. And I want to acknowledge and yield time to one of my colleagues who I know has been fighting hard against not just corporate power, but to bring down costs for folks, and especially in the grocery store. So I'm, Mr. Speaker, happy to yield to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much to my colleague from Pennsylvania. I am so grateful for your leadership every single day on behalf of hardworking Americans across your district, across our country. Something is wrong in this country. Families go to the grocery store and they can't afford milk or eggs or cereal that their kids like. Poor and working class people are struggling under the weight of inflation. They can't make ends meet. And at the same time, the richest 1% and corporate CEOs are still taking home record profits. A recent poll confirmed that 2/3 of Americans think, quote, "One of the biggest problems facing us today is that a handful of corporations have too much power," end quote. The numbers back this up. Despite rising costs that are squeezing poor and working people across the country, corporate profits are bigger than ever. It's a simple story of corporate monopolies price gouging consumers. So I want to start with eggs, because I like to eat eggs every morning. I think there are a lot of people who like and look at the price of eggs. It's a staple. Before the pandemic, the price of a dozen eggs hardly ever went over $3. But in 2022 and 2023, we saw record high egg prices. Now, according to Farm Action, this price increase was because dominant egg producers used inflation and avian flu as a cover-up to extract profit margins as high as, wait for it, 40% on a dozen eggs. This should come as no surprise because there's a long record of collusion in the egg industry. In 2023, a jury found that Cal-Maine and other egg producers actually did collude to fix egg prices. Now let's look at diapers, another issue that is so big for so many families across the country. Bloomberg reported in July of 2021 that the cost of Pampers nearly doubled from $25 for 200 diapers to $40 for 168 diapers, and that price increase was just in 6 months. More money for fewer diapers. Now, it's true that there was a shortage of some diaper materials during the pandemic, but guess what? Those shortages stopped, and you didn't see the prices stabilize. You didn't see the prices of key materials coming back to normal. When you go to the store and you see diaper brands like Huggies and Loves and Pampers, the real story is turn them around and see who they're owned by. Because all of these different brands that are on your grocery shelves are owned by only two companies, Procter & Gamble and Kimberly-Clark. And those account for about 70 to 80% of the market. So even as the cost to make diapers has gone way down, these companies are still keeping the prices high, and they're reporting record profits. I want to go to healthcare because it's another place where my constituents and people across the country are talking about the high costs of healthcare. We've seen big insurers, private equity, and other big corporations buying up hospitals and other healthcare providers. My home state of Washington has been particularly affected. A handful of healthcare systems now control 90% of the hospital beds in the state of Washington. Now, some studies have found that these mergers are especially bad for people in rural areas because it actually causes smaller clinics to eliminate services like obstetrics or pediatrics, or even to close entirely. And all of this has led to unprecedented corporate control over healthcare in my home state and across the country. People across the state are seeing, across the country, are seeing the negative effects of this increased corporate power in their daily lives. A family physician who worked at a clinic in my district testified that the quality and availability of care decreased after the clinic was bought by a large national healthcare network. Another witness testified that the price that her insurer paid for monthly infusions to manage her chronic illness that she had nearly tripled from $24,000 to $74,000 per visit without any increase in the quality of care. The president of the Washington State Nurses Association testified that he had seen increased costs and decreased access to care for his patients. All of these stories confirm what we now know. Corporate greed in healthcare or in any industry raises costs and makes life harder for Americans. It does not have to be this way. As elected officials, it's our job to ensure that government is keeping these corporations in line and keeping prices low for the American people. So I want to tell you a story now about what government can do when we fight corporate power. In 2015, two grocery store chains merged, Albertsons and Safeway. They wanted what corporations always want in these big mergers, and that is more money for themselves, their CEOs, and their shareholders. They said that the deal would be better for people in my home state of Washington and across the country. They claimed that the merger would pass on savings to consumers and not line the pockets of CEOs. But what actually happened? Well, here's what actually happened. Instead of streamlining, dozens of stores were closed. Those closures created food and pharmacy deserts, made it harder for many people in already underserved communities to get fresh food or get their prescriptions. Older adults, students, people with disabilities, people in rural communities, low-income residents, those are the ones that suffered the most. Workers at the stores that closed, by the way, also lost their jobs. And despite all of those corporate promises, workers and consumers were the ones who suffered. That is what happens when government does not challenge corporate power and monopolies. We lose. So when Albertsons announced in 2022 that it was going to merge, this time with Kroger, people were rightly worried that the prices would go up, worried that there would be fewer choices and deserts in their communities, that more grocery stores would close. And when asked about the merger, one Washingtonian told the Seattle Times that she was worried that her local store would close. She said, "If there are no other grocery stores that I can walk to, I don't know what I'm going to do. This is my store." Another said that he worried that the merger would make it so that these guys' prices would go sky high. Workers worried that it would be harder for them to bargain for better pay and working conditions, that store closures would mean layoffs, that their families would face uncertainty and hardship once again. But this time, something was different. My colleagues and I urged the Biden administration to challenge the proposed deal, and the Federal Trade Commission agreed that we could not allow another bad merger to go through. The FTC and many state attorneys general, including in my state, challenged the deal. And while that challenge is still in court, we have delayed and will continue to work on blocking this bad deal. So it's just one of the stories of what can happen when an administration, when a government takes on corporate greed the way that the Biden and Harris administration did, the way that we Democrats have done that on everything from egg prices to collusion by landlords driving up rental prices. Now, I'll be honest, I'm worried that the Trump administration may not keep up these fights against corporate power, especially as we see the proposed cabinet being stacked with people who have close ties to Wall Street. We certainly saw the last Trump administration conduct the largest corporate tax giveaway in history, putting hundreds of millions of dollars into the hands of big corporations like Verizon and Facebook and Amazon while shorting regular Americans. And we've seen the extreme conservative appointees on the Supreme Court accept lavish gifts from their big business buddies while overturning government efforts to clamp down on corporate power. We cannot allow the next administration to repeat these mistakes. We need to hold their feet to the fire. We need to make sure that they're working in the interest of all Americans, not just big corporations and the wealthy. We don't want a situation where the wealthiest in this country once again get gold bars and working people get maybe 8 weeks of groceries. That's breadcrumbs. That's not what middle class, working people, and poor people across America deserve. And that's why I've got a lot of real solutions to these problems. My Stop Corporate Capture Act would give the people, not big corporations, a say in government. My Stop Anti-Competitive Healthcare Act would give the government the power to challenge hospital mergers and protect access to quality health care. And of course, my Ultra-Millionaire Tax Act would make sure that the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. When we take on corporate power, we win for working people. When we lower prices, we win for working people. We allow people to put food on their table. We can raise wages so Americans don't have to work 3 jobs to get by. We can stop corporations from being so big that they don't care if they're failing consumers, and we can make sure that government works for all of us. I want to thank you to my colleague, Rep. DeLuzio from Pennsylvania, for your leadership on this issue and on so many issues facing us today, and I yield back.
Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Washington, certainly for her strong leadership and fight against these horrible mergers that are anti-competitive, that we're all paying for, and for so much fight on behalf of working people across this country. We know that when corporations throw their weight around, all too often, our constituents are hurt, small businesses are hurt, workers are hurt. It's also dangerous at times. We know that when there are monopolies, our supply chains are weaker, there's more likely to be something that happens that might hurt us. And I'll remind us of the baby formula shortage we saw in this country in the early part of 2022. It was set off because Abbott Labs, a company that dominates that industry, had a recall of its formula due to dangerous bacteria outbreak in one factory. Multiple babies died. They had to shut down their factory in Michigan. Horrible situation. And shutting down just one factory, caused a nationwide shortage. Many places, store shelves were bare. Families were scrambling across the country, particularly families with babies that had special dietary needs. Delaware, Kansas, and Tennessee reported to be the hardest hit states, but we felt it. In places like Pennsylvania, my then young son wasn't quite a year old. My own family worried about whether we could find formula, and thank goodness we could. But we think, and there's research saying that some of those impacts might be still ongoing, that infant health suffered during this shortage, that babies may still feel the effects of that. Our supply chains can never be so weak that one single factory can cause such havoc all over the country. It's not just they make our supply chains weaker, these powerful companies. They distort our democracy. They weaken faith in our elections. They corrupt with the money through our elections and our campaigns. So I'm proud to yield time to the gentlelady from Illinois, who I know is a hard fighter for campaign finance reform and to protect this democracy, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Congressman DeLuzio. I'm really grateful that you're convening this special order hour on a topic that I believe that is so critical to so many of the conversations that we're having right now. Look, you're talking about babies still impacted. You brought me back to thinking about growing up for me. I grew up in Humboldt Park in the city of Chicago, and I saw my immigrant parents work really long hours, the minimum wage jobs. My dad worked 2 jobs, my mom worked 2 jobs, and somehow she also managed to give a lot of time to her local church. What they couldn't afford was childcare. My mother worked first shift, so my dad can work third shift, and they can figure out how to make sure that their kids always had someone at home. And that meant that my parents could barely ever see each other. My parents' experience is not very different from the reality of so many others right now. And look, I witnessed the struggles of my community to secure stable housing, to ensure quality education for their children, and to raise a family with a rising cost of living. But let me be very clear. Working people are still struggling. The cost of living in America, well, let's just say, we say it, right? It's too damn high. Too often I hear my constituents, my neighbors talk about having to make a decision. Can I go to the grocery store and buy the eggs and buy the milk, try to get some spinach, try to get the bread, pay the $2,200 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in Chicago, and then afford my inhaler? And Congressman, oftentimes what ends up happening is that people have to choose between being able to feed their children and their health care. Feeding their children and an inhaler. In one of the most richest countries in the whole world. Why is it so hard for us to move a working people's agenda in Congress? Like, you would think there's more of us that come from working class than ever before. Some of us actually understand what it's like to have to help our parents who are probably making $100 too much for Medicaid, so they need help covering their health care. Like, there are more of us here who are working class. But somehow, a working people's agenda in this place doesn't seem to be a priority. We ask ourselves, why doesn't the American people trust that we're working for them? Well, let me answer that question. When unchecked corporate power and greed in the marketplace meet unchecked corporate money in politics, well, we have a problem. And it's families in Illinois 3, 4, 5, your own district, who end up suffering because of it. We know that price gouging, price fixing, predatory algorithms, and corporate monopolies put profits and production over people. And it's why I joined my colleagues in sending a letter that Congresswoman Jayapal was just talking about around opposing the Kroger-Albertson merger. Because we have to resist the consolidation of corporate power if we're going to protect working people. I'm also a proud co-sponsor of Congresswoman Omar's Shrinkflation Reduction Act, which would enhance price transparency for consumers and combat the deceptive practice of shrinkflation. Look, I go to my local grocery store, and I can literally see the difference between what people in my community are paying and what someone else in a community that has 4 grocery stores pays. They usually pay 25% more. We need the kind of accountability that bills like this will bring. Shrinkflation practices hide behind the language of inflation, but we know that actually consumer exploitation is intended to defraud us, that corporations can continue to profit while providing less product. And listen, we know how corporations are able to get away with these practices. It's because they use their profits to buy the same exact people who are responsible for holding them accountable. Yeah, I said it. Big money in politics, whether poured into elections or directly in the pockets of corrupt public servants, gives special interests in corporations outsized influence in our democracy. So when a good bill comes before us, when a good bill comes to the committee, somehow we can't actually debate the bill. Because it's a good bill, it should pass. But these corporations have the power to buy elections and buy elected officials. And look, our democracy is weaker and our communities suffer when the voices of working families are buried under the influence that millions can buy. We see it too often. It's why we need bills like H.R. 1118, 1118, the Disclose Act, to end the scourge of dark money buying our democracy. And it's why I'm a proud co-sponsor of the act that Rep. Pappas has introduced, because it does a couple things. It requires super PACs and dark money groups to disclose donors who've given $10,000 or more during an election cycle. It requires those spending money on ads to disclose their donors. And it cracks down on the use of shell corporations to hide the identity of a donor. If you are donating to an elected official or candidate, the public should know who you are. And the Disclose Act bill does just that. Because look, if our democracy is not for sale, which it shouldn't be for sale, then mega donors should not be attempting to buy our democracy. And it means we have to bring the full power of the federal government through regulation, through accountability, and through transparency to fight for working people, for our constituents. And it's also why I think it's so important that we're co-sponsoring legislation like Congresswoman Jayapal's bill, which is the Stop Corporate Capture Act, H.R. 1507. It institutes reforms to right-size the influence of corporate interests over a regulatory process. It increases transparency of government rulemaking decisions, and it establishes a mechanism for the public to hold agencies accountable. We have to do everything possible so that the American people trust that those of us that are in the people's house are actually here for them. Because the reality is that they don't. They do see us as people who are here to enrich ourselves. People are here to hear ourselves speak. Working families demand accountability, and they have given us a mandate. They're asking us for bold solutions to economic justice, and it means taking on corporate greed. As we get closer to an administration that has promised to weaken the pillars of our democracy more than ever, I think it's going to be critical that progressives, but every Democrat, frankly, every elected official that's here for working families, get together to unite and address corporate greed. Because if we don't, we'll continue to see what we see now. Corporations becoming wealthier than wealthy can possibly be, while poor people continue to have to choose between healthcare and feeding their children. Congressman DeLuzio, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for bringing up such an important, critical issue that I look forward to working with you in the next Congress. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the gentlelady from Illinois for her powerful words. This democracy is not for sale, and that should not be something that's controversial in this chamber or anywhere else. Our constituents expect us to fight for all of them. One of the places that we've seen this consolidation, this concentration, this raw power really hurt folks, agriculture. We see it because we know that food production is a key step in that grocery supply chain that we know we hear from our constituents about costs being too high. We're all paying more, too much, for food because of this consolidation that we see in agriculture. Folks are getting ripped off. They're tired of it. This increased consolidation, it also puts the squeeze on smaller local farms, family farms, small businesses, often deeply rooted in their communities, in my community, the communities of so many of the members of this chamber. This summer, I visited a farm in my district and met with farmers from the Beaver Lawrence, Pennsylvania Farm Bureau Roundtable. Some of them are livestock producers. They sell their meat or poultry to be packed or processed. And the meat packing and processing industries, some of the most heavily consolidated in the country. Very little competition. For the past decade, the 4 largest meatpacking and processing corporations in the United States, they've maintained about 2/3 of the country's market share. And some independent research has found this consolidation to be even higher, with the largest 4 firms holding up to 85% of the market share in beef processing and around 60% in poultry. That's not very competitive. It doesn't meet the spirit of competition that we want and need for American capitalism to succeed. At that meeting in Beaver County, I heard that compared to larger competitors, these folks had to maybe wait longer to get their livestock in to be taken in by these giant processing corporations, and that they're having a hard time negotiating fair prices, fair compensation. That's squeezing those farmers, those small businesses. That's something we're all going to pay for. It also may be a violation of federal law, the Packers and Stockyards Act. And so after hearing from these constituents, these farmers, I wrote to the Agriculture Secretary calling for action. And that high level of consolidation, once again, is driving up costs for all of us. That market power also means that processors have increased buying power, that they can use to dictate prices to smaller farmers who struggle to stay afloat. And we need a strong agriculture industry. We need family farmers to make it to that next generation, Mr. Speaker. So we've got to promote competition in the food industry from the farm to the grocery store, every part of that supply chain. And that also means we need antitrust enforcement with some teeth, with some muscle behind it, and real consequences for violations. And this Congress and this administration, the next, should be willing to do that work, to take on rip-off monopolies, to create an environment that fosters competition. That's the spirit of American capitalism that I think we all want, that our constituents expect of us. One where small businesses and farms can grow and thrive. And one place we've really seen, Mr. Speaker, small businesses feel the squeeze, local pharmacists, local pharmacies. You know, these are, you walk across any main street in most of our districts, almost probably any of our districts, there are great small businesses that anchor our communities. There may be multi-generational business, and pharmacies are one of those places. People like their local pharmacy. The pharmacist gets to know their patients. Those are relationships that are important for people's health, and they add to the vibrancy of our communities. But people suffer when they lose competition, when we lose those small businesses across our communities. I visited Town Drugs in Aspinwall, an independent local pharmacy, and I was there with other pharmacists as well, small business owners. And I heard stories about how pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, are frequently steering customers toward their own chain pharmacies. That hurt the bottom line of independent pharmacists. And many of these PBMs are often vertically integrated, where they've got a mail order pharmacy, maybe they've got a retail operation, they might have an insurance business on top of that PBM or pharmacy benefit manager business, often charging high or ridiculous fees for paperwork errors as a way to not have to pay those pharmacists and those pharmacies full price. Heard about inconvenient higher prices for customers, heard about patients being steered toward maybe more expensive medications, or specific pharmacies dealing with relationships and networks and all the rest. In Pennsylvania, this year alone, estimates are around 80 local pharmacies have closed. 80 pharmacies. Those are options that are now gone. And it's not just smaller independent pharmacists. The big chains are feeling the squeeze too. Fewer options, worse service for patients who need a prescription, who need to get their drugs filled. It's not good for our economy. And once again, it's this out of control corporate power, Mr. Speaker, that's making people's lives worse, hurting small businesses, hurting patients, hurting our communities and our main streets. We need action on PBM reform. I'm a co-sponsor of several measures here, the Help Copays Act, the Patient Act. These are just some examples of bills that I think this chamber should pass in advance to fight back, to protect local pharmacies, to protect patients, to protect competition that we need in the healthcare economy. We've got to keep up that fight against this out-of-control corporate power to lower healthcare costs, a place that we hear from our constituents all the time, and to protect small businesses. Another example here where we see corporate power making life worse. Now, not a healthcare problem. We see it under the golden arches. McDonald's. People don't think of McDonald's as a small business. It's a big corporation, of course, but it operates as a franchise system. Many franchise owners are small business owners. And yet, we know, the internet reminds us, that those franchise owners for a long time did not have the ability to fix their own ice cream machines. You'd see the out-of-order signs. It was possible to get a McFlurry. And the reason why is only the technicians licensed by the company that was making McDonald's soft-serve ice cream machines were allowed to do the repairs. They had a limited number of technicians, so there were long waits for servicing. That's why those machines were broken. That's why you couldn't get a McFlurry. This shouldn't be that hard. And finally, we saw the Federal Trade Commission take action and call out the bad guy here. Now, the U.S. Copyright Office has issued a new set of exemptions, allowing restaurants to repair their own copyrighted equipment used in retail-level commercial food preparation. And yes, that means finally Mickey D's soft-serve ice cream machines should be getting back online. Those repairs should be moving. We'll see those McFlurries flying through again. But again, this is that same problem. Right to repair policy, which is what we're talking about, a right to repair. It's about the freedom across industries to fix stuff, to not let big companies and corporations gatekeep the information that people need to fix things. American people are hardworking. We have ingenuity. We know how to make repairs. This is about freedom in our economy, making sure that small business owners, whether it's auto shops In this case, McDonald's franchise owners can make repairs. I think it's fundamentally American to see that competition and to make sure that we're not seeing gatekeeping over who can fix things, whether it's a tractor or an ice cream machine, Mr. Speaker. We've also seen powerful companies use that power. It's not just greed, it's power, to jam us with fees, junk fees. You know, they're often very deceptive, hidden at the end of a transaction. You see an advertised price, and all of a sudden there's fees at the end of the transaction, right as you go to check out, from tickets to flights and hotels, credit card fees, Mr. Speaker, food delivery apps. This has become pervasive in our economy. I was on one of the main streets in my district, Lincoln Avenue in Bellevue, about a year or so ago, talking with small businesses about these fees, these junk fees. I heard from the general manager of a pizza shop who told the story of how his customers in the business, they were suffering because of third-party delivery apps. They were seeing inconsistency between what was available on the menu and what customers were seeing. They were seeing big fees taken out of their orders. Customers were mad because service was getting worse. It wasn't working out for his business. In fact, I went next door to an ice cream shop, told them what I was here to work on at the pizza shop. They told me the same story. These apps were hurting their small business as well. In fact, that pizza shop had to rename. They hired their own delivery driver to bring it in, which was an expense, but it made their business better. It tells you how impactful and bad those hidden fees are on a small business owner like a restaurant, like a pizza shop. They were willing to defend their reputation, defend their business, make an investment, hire in-house, change the name. But ultimately, it was worth doing that because of these predatory junk fees that we see from middlemen. It's unfortunately, though, the newest version of a story we've seen for far too long, a big corporation hurting a small business, Mr. Speaker, and third-party middlemen using these hidden fees to deceive customers into paying more. Again, it might be tickets, it might be a flight, it might be a hotel. And those junk fees often have very little connection to the service or the product being provided. I think they're a lose-lose for our local economy and for working families, but those junk fees might be a great profit source for a third-party middleman or a powerful corporation. I'll give an example. Most sports fans will be familiar here, Mr. Speaker. This past summer, I used StubHub to buy tickets to a Pittsburgh Pirates game. It was actually Paul Skeen's debut. I was pretty excited to see him show up for the Buccos. Took my family. We got jammed and slammed with junk fees like everyone else who buys tickets these days. More than a quarter of the overall ticket price. And those fees are often hid until the very end of the transaction. It's not the advertised price. Companies like Ticketmaster, which is owned by Live Nation, they control the market from tickets to venues to music promotion. Live Nation directly manages more than 400 artists, controls about 60% or so promotions at major concert venues across America, controls more than 265 concert venues in North America alone. And through Ticketmaster, Live Nation controls about 80% or more of major concert venues' primary ticketing for concerts. That's not competitive. It's not a competitive market, Mr. Speaker. What are they doing with that power? Well, they're driving up prices with things like junk fees. They're making activities like concerts and going to a game out of reach for too many families. These are important events, games, competitions. I mean, my goodness, I'm from Western Pennsylvania. A Steelers game or a Pens game or a Pirates game is a big deal for people. We love our teams. I know I'm not alone in that, in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and fans are all paying for this. When these powerful companies cut exclusive deals that hurt venues, that restrict other venues, that rip off performers, it hurts a lot of people and it hurts the fans. This behavior seems to be more than just a ripoff. It's probably also illegal. I know the Justice Department's filed suit to split up Ticketmaster from Live Nation, and that case remains pending in the courts. But folks are tired of getting ripped off. They're tired of congressional inaction here. They expect us to take on this corporate power. We know that when massive corporations are allowed to take on small businesses and deceive their customers, we all pay for it. Western Pennsylvania certainly knows that story. We're not alone in that. And as I heard that day in Bellevue and across my district, small businesses are strong, they're resilient, they're flexible, they adapt. They need our help here in the Congress. It's It's about their workers and it's about our communities. I know that we can step up to it. We've got to do more. According to a 2019 study, 85% of Americans experienced a hidden or junk fee for service. And that was in 2019. And that was before the COVID pandemic, where we saw much more reliance on, say, food delivery. So I know that we've got to do more, and I'll quote the general manager from that pizza shop that day who told me, quote, "These fees may seem small, but they really add up." That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Those fees hurting folks, hurting small businesses that we've got to stand up for, that we've got to fight back on. I want to also talk about our national security. Maybe not a place we think that consolidation affects us, but it does. I have the great privilege, Mr. Speaker, to serve on the Armed Services Committee. I wore the uniform before I came to this chamber and earlier in my life. I will tell you, we have challenges, the defense industrial base. We need it to be strong and resilient to meet the challenges, not just of today, but of tomorrow. And when it comes to our defense industrial base, the suppliers, the manufacturers that make stuff here, we need to have them do better. We got to better protect public money. Make sure our Department of Defense is ready and equipped to answer whatever our country might require of our service members. But we have seen the same trends we've seen across our economy in our defense industrial base. 1990, there were more than 51 prime contractors in our defense industrial base. That number now is down to 5. That is heavy consolidation. You see it right here. 51 to 5. These are the companies that make ships, missiles, rockets, you name it. All the things that we need that are central to our national security and our defense. We've gone from 51 to 5. This reduction is depriving the American people of competition for key elements of our defense. And I hear it from military leaders in the committee. I've seen it in reports that the Pentagon has penned, that too often the current defense contractors, they're delivering not on timeline, they're behind schedule, the costs are too high, the quality isn't what it should be, what the American people expect. So we've got to fight back against this consolidation, Mr. Speaker. I think we need more competition in our defense industrial base. It's ripping off our military, which means ripping off the American people, whose public money we have to protect. So I think there's support building in this chamber, both sides of the aisle, to strengthen competition here to make sure our defense industrial base is stronger, to protect public money. I've taken action, along with colleagues. This year's National Defense Authorization Act, the defense bill, included My Best Price for Our Military Act. That's an important measure. It's a bipartisan bill. It closes a timing loophole that defense contractors were using to delay providing critical certified cost and pricing data to the Pentagon. My bill now requires these contractors provide this data before contract agreement so that we can see whether we're getting the best deal or whether we've got to go back to the negotiating table. It lets officers do a more informed analysis to be better stewards of public money. I hope to see this included in the final version of the defense bill that we will pass and send to the president. Now, I know the defense contractors and others, they lobby to increase the threshold point where they're required to report their pricing data to the Department of Defense under the Truth in Negotiations Act. In 2018, this threshold jumped from $750,000 up to $2 million. So up to $2 million, that meant below that threshold, they didn't have to provide that data. That's less oversight. I think we need more. The goal of our Defense Department is to provide security, defense for all of us, for the national interest of the United States. It never should have and doesn't have the goal to enrich giant defense corporations that produce products that are too often behind schedule, that are overpriced, that don't meet the quality that we expect, that we in the Congress require. We need to ensure that our sailors, our soldiers, our airmen, Marines, Guardians are equipped with the very best. That's patriotic, that we protect public money. So strengthening oversight, enforcement within DOD, to take on price gouging, to work with the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, all of that is about fostering more competition that we need in our defense industrial base. Corporate power doesn't just hurt competition in defense. It doesn't just lead to higher costs. It does those things. It puts our safety at risk. We saw it with the impact to to families who are worried about finding baby formula, infant formula. We see it in sectors of the economy all over the country that when corporate power grows too strong, it can put us at risk. It can treat us and our communities like collateral damage in the way of their profits. We saw that on February 3rd, 2023. The Norfolk Southern train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, across the border from my district, my constituents in Beaver County in Pennsylvania. We saw it in the news, flaming pile of train cars, horrible derailment caused by incompetence and greed at that railroad. We saw brave first responders rush in to help. That's what people do. They rush in to help and serve others. They didn't know what chemicals they were dealing with, which is its own problem. Local communities felt like they were left out of the loop. They didn't know what was happening. And then we saw a decision to do a controlled release, sending a toxic fireball into the sky that we now know was chemicals, including vinyl chloride. That was later deemed to be unnecessary. The National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, their findings included concerns that Norfolk Southern and its contractors intentionally misled the on-site incident commander and local state officials, pressuring them to order the vent and burn that sent that fireball flying into the sky. Toxic chemicals. That's corporate power run amok. It hurt my constituents, it hurt our neighbors in Ohio. Now, it seemed to me that railroad and its contractors pushed that vent and burn because they cared more about their profit than our safety. They cared about getting rail operations moving more than they cared about making sure we were safe. That's unacceptable. It's not just my community in Western Pennsylvania, our neighbors in Ohio. We know tracks across this country. Communities like mine live near, along the tracks. This happens again, and it happens a lot in this country, unfortunately. We have to make rail safer. We have to bring down the rates of derailments, require more of these railroads. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield to one of our colleagues who I know is a strong supporter of rail safety, who's with us to make sure that we protect communities like ours. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, and I appreciate Representative DeLuzio leading his voice on the House floor to speak to some of the injustice out there, and certainly representing a district that has the immense amounts of rail. It's important for us to address safety. It's important to address consumer ridership and also to address the economy. Over these past months and years, we've seen far too many hardworking Americans struggling to get by and crippled by rising costs. And recent data show that more than 1/4 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And so we need to be sensitive to all these perspectives as they relate to working families. Meanwhile, corporate greed and wealth disparity are at an all-time high. And one of the countless recent examples of billion-dollar corporations putting profits over people's lives came during and after Hurricanes Helene and Milton made landfall, wreaking death and destruction across the southeastern United States. In their wake, complaints of price gouging poured in as families trying to flee the devastating storms reported skyrocketing costs for airline tickets, for gas, for hotel rooms, and more. Despite many states having anti-price gouging laws, these vary from state to state, and the largest corporations can often easily avoid liability. That's why last month I joined a dozen of my Democratic colleagues in a letter led by Senator Elizabeth Warren calling for a federal anti-price gouging law to protect American consumers. Unchecked corporate greed has hurt everyday Americans for far too long, and Democrats are ready to face down this issue head on. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that President-elect Trump and Republicans share the same commitment. Rather than working with us to drive down the cost of living and make big corporations pay their fair share, they have announced their plans to expand the Trump tax scam. Expanding this unpopular law will only further cement massive tax breaks for Trump's billionaire buddies like Elon Musk, while sticking the working-class people who voted for him with higher costs on everyday goods through his half-baked tariff scheme. Experts from both sides of the aisle have said plainly that if these GOP policies are implemented, they will send prices surging and claw back any progress we've made to stem inflation. These are not the types of policies that the American people signed up for. Republicans and Democrats alike need to stand together to enact a bipartisan tax plan that would lower taxes for working and middle-class families while ensuring everyone pays their fair share, including Trump's billionaire buddies. If they aren't willing to join us in this effort to support middle-class Americans, we'll fight back however we can, and that's a promise. And of course, it involves all sorts of angles that speak to the doability of working families, making certain that with regulations that speak to the needs of consumers, with rail safety, with growing the economy, with providing for efficiencies so that American families are justly served, we need to do a lot of business in the upcoming session, and we need to do it with the American families in mind, those working families who struggle in the economy, yet where we need to make improvements, and fairness be our guide. So with that, I yield back and thank Congressman DeLuzio for his leadership on behalf of working families, on behalf of safety. I know we both have districts that require that sort of laser-sharp focus, and it's an honor to serve with you, and thank you for raising your voice and boldly speaking forth for justice for our American consumers.
Speaker, thank you. I thank the gentleman from New York for his strong words and commitment to his constituents, to safety, to hardworking people having a shot at the American dream, which fundamentally is what I think we all want here. And we heard from members representing districts across the country, a broad ideological spectrum of folks tonight, all talking about ways that corporate power has hurt their communities or hurt their constituents, has hurt competition, and expressing their willingness, our shared willingness to fight back for our constituents. I represent a competitive district. I will say, Mr. Speaker, I have the best district in the country. I might get some argument from colleagues here about that. This is a place, like so many others, where folks want the American dream to be strong. I think every member here would say the same of their constituents, that if you work hard, you play by the rules, the American dream is within your reach. That's what we're trying to do. I've been laser focused, as have so many of our colleagues here, about lowering costs, taking on corporate power to protect small businesses and workers, fighting against lousy trade deals that hurt places like Western Pennsylvania, making more stuff in this country, more manufacturing, cracking down on junk fees, on price gouging that's really hurting folks and really hurting our main streets. These economic priorities, they're good policy and they're popular because the American people want us to fight for them. They don't want to get ripped off. They want to see real American capitalism that is marked by competition. Right? The survey data here is clear. This is a poll from ABC News and Washington Post from July. 85% of Americans say higher costs is a very important issue, or one of the single most important issues that they feel that we should confront. There's a tendency by some politics to try and please everybody. Okay. You know, I'm a little sick and tired, though, of folks around here, whether they're in this chamber or out in the think tanks or whatever, looking for a win-win in every situation. You know what? Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes when there's a toxic fireball shot up into the sky near your community, when there are small pharmacies getting killed, when there are junk fees hurting your constituents, sometimes there's a bad guy, and you got to fight him. American people want us to fight for them. I'm proud to see so many of my colleagues join me in that fight, and the goal here is simple, and it's popular. Make life better. Make it less of a ripoff. Take on the corporate power that's been hurting so many of us. I think that's the path back to the American dream, along with strengthening, revitalizing our American manufacturing. Sometimes you call out the villain. I know we need more competition across our economy. We need to be unafraid of the fight when we have to do it. That we are ready to go to the mat for the American people, for our constituents, to strengthen the American dream. That's the vision. That's my vision. I know I'm not alone in that. It's one that I know will resonate in the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt, the coast, all over this country. Now, I want to thank my colleagues, my caucus members who join me. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your leadership, and with that, I'll yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Patricia Bradshaw for her upcoming and well-deserved retirement after her distinguished career with the Central Intelligence Agency. Patricia began her career with the Central Intelligence Agency in 1984 as a records clerk, where it quickly became apparent that she would have an excellent career with the agency. Working up the ranks within the Office of Security from her time as a security clearance investigator and adjudicator to serving the agency overseas in physical and technical security, she eventually reached the pinnacle of the agency as the director of the Office of Security. Over the course of her career, Patricia exemplified the epitome of the American dream, even without obtaining a college degree. Her story is undeniable proof that with hard work and dedication to your craft, the limits of your achievements are boundless. All Americans should be immensely grateful to Patricia Bradshaw for her unwavering service and dedication to our nation. Thank you, Patricia, for your patriotism, and on behalf of a grateful nation, enjoy your well-earned retirement. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revive and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the subject of this
Without
special
objection.
order. I rise today to honor a remarkable man. Dave Hobson was a beloved friend and leader. His life was marked by service, commitment, and an unyielding dedication to his country. I saw firsthand how much Dave loved Ohio and the Miami Valley during our time together in the House of Representatives. Whether he was advocating for veterans or working to strengthen our national defense, Dave's efforts were always driven by a love for his country and a commitment to improve the lives of others. The impact of Dave's legacy is felt across Ohio's 10th Congressional District, particularly at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where the street Hobson Way is named in his honor, and at Clark State College, which named its Beaver Creek Center Dave Hobson Hall. Dave believed that public office was a sacred trust, and he upheld that trust with every action he took. But beyond his remarkable political career, Dave was a devoted family man, a mentor, and a friend. Dave was grateful, and we are grateful for his life, the life he lived, and the legacy that he left behind. He will never be forgotten. I now recognize my friend and colleague, the Dean of the Ohio delegation, Ms. Kaptur, for 3 minutes.
I'd like to thank Chairman Turner for yielding me this time and rise with a very grateful but heavy heart, along with all of our Ohio colleagues and those beyond Ohio, as we honor the life and memory of our distinguished and affable former Ohio colleague, Congressman David Hobson. Dave passed away on the 6th of October of 2024, having served in our People's House from 1991 to 2009. But he'd first sharpened his spurs in the Ohio Senate, serving from 1982 to 1991. Dave was a true patriot and a fine public servant first. His lifetime of service to the people of Greater Springfield and Ohio was marked by results and perseverance. Dave was a practical and visionary leader dedicated to accomplishing tangible results throughout his decades of generous public service. To his colleagues, he was a personal friend whose impact will be felt for generations. Dave embodied a joy of life and devoted his life to his family and serving America. His 18-year tenure in Congress was marked by his enthusiasm, remarkable perseverance, and relentless commitment to achieve results. including moving the needle forward for energy independence for our nation. He understood America's role in the world, as Congressman Turner has referenced, and he rose to significant roles, including ranking member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development and chair of the Subcommittee on Military Construction. He distinguished himself with unwavering dedication to the defense and sustainment of our country. Dave Hobson never forgot his roots in Ohio. What markedly set David apart was his precious ability to work across the aisle. This is a legacy other members must learn from. And he not only valued bipartisanship, he actually thrived on it. And it made his life and our work much more interesting and actually effective. We should look for more ways to find the big middle. His achievements from the shores of Normandy to Springfield and Ohio's betterment are a testament to his profound tenacity, legacy of service, and leadership. I shall miss his visits, both during when he served and when he retired from here. His generous counsel, his humor, and his knack for identifying new paths forward, he had always a new invention to bring in. David's wit and humor brought light to our discussions, and his insights were cutting edge, and I, along with our colleagues, all of our colleagues, will sorely miss his visits, his laughter, and his unceasing efforts to improve the living conditions for Americans. He lived, I think, by the adage, you attract more butterflies with honey than with vinegar. Today, we all extend our deepest sympathies to his beloved wife, Carolyn, his children, Susan, Lynn, and Doug, his family, constituents, and friends. And we remember Congressman and Chairman David Hobson tonight. Let us carry forward his exemplary spirit of service and dedication, and may his soul rest in eternal peace, and may his legacy continue to inspire generations to come. I want to thank and now yield back the remaining time to Congressman Turner.
Thank you, Representative Kaptur. I now recognize my friend and colleague from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for yielding. I greatly appreciate it. And I rise today to honor the life of our former colleague, friend, and fellow Ohioan, Congressman Dave Hobson. You know, before I talk about Dave's life of service, I think it's also important to reach out and talk about Dave himself. I don't think Dave had an enemy. I think Dave worked well with everyone. And I know that when people asked for assistance, he was always there. I also know this, that when I needed help, Dave was there to help me. And I can't ever say enough to say thank you. And I always told Dave how much I appreciated what he did to help me. And as has been mentioned, but I'll mention it again because I think it's important, that Dave was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, received his Bachelor of Arts from Ohio Wesleyan University and a law degree from the Ohio State University. Dave went on to serve honorably in the Ohio Air National Guard from 1958 to 1963, and was also later inducted in the Ohio Veterans Hall of Fame. As my colleague has mentioned before, that Dave served our men and women in uniform, served our veterans, and was always there to make sure that they received the help that they needed and the benefits that they deserved. And Dave served as an Ohio State Senator from 1982 to 90, and then from there began his service here in the United States House of Representatives from 1991 to 2009. And he did dutifully serve the Ohio 7th District. I know I was proud to call Dave a friend and a colleague, and as we honor his life and legacy today, I want to extend my heartfelt sympathies to the Hobson family. And to my friend, I thank you very much for the special order tonight, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Latta. I now recognize our friend from Alabama, Representative Adderholt, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Congressman Turner, and for organizing this for this evening. This is certainly a great tribute to a great man, and of course, it's with a heavy heart that we stand here this evening on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, which, as you know, we have all stood with Dave on this floor for many, many times. But this evening we come together to recognize his life, his legacy, and what Dave Hobson really meant to this institution. Serving alongside Dave Hobson on the Appropriations Committee, I saw firsthand that he was a hard worker, he was a problem solver, but more than that, he developed a friendship that we maintained even after he retired from Congress. Dave showed everyone the best of Ohio, but his service was not only to his state, but also to his nation. And that dedication will touch generations, in my opinion, for many years to come. I have fond memories of serving with Dave on the Appropriations Committee, and as a new member, I was on the subcommittee that he chaired, and that was the Military Construction Subcommittee of Appropriations. And while Dave was the chairman and while he led the committee as a new member, and I got to serve as his vice chair. And of course, that doesn't mean a whole lot because Dave called the shots, as you know, Dave, but of course, obviously, he valued my input as he did everyone on the committee. And during our time at MilCon there on appropriations, I think we did a lot of good things for the soldiers around the world. And I had a chance to meet with a lot of soldiers during that time. And as we work through this loss, I think about his wife, Carolyn, who my wife, Caroline, and I got to know well during the time that they were in Washington. And of course, our heart goes out to not only to Carolyn, but also to the entire family, the children, and so many of his grandchildren and family that unfortunately I never had a chance to meet, but I know that he talked about them quite extensively when he was here in Washington. But as I say, as we work through this loss, we can take comfort in the words of Matthew 5:4, which said, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Representative Alderholton. I want to thank all of our colleagues who joined together to remember our dear friend and former member of this body, Congressman Dave Hobson. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio.
I yield back.
Does the question, does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Okay. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and accordingly, the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.